Okay. It's time for crafting and it's time to make stuff. It's time to get together and discuss stuff. We know that there's a lot of stuff to do, and we're gonna do it till everything is all through. Kiki Apocalypse. Hello and welcome, crafters et al. This is Crafty Kiki Apocalypse. I am Kiki. Welcome to my apocalypse where nothing ever goes right, but we still got a lot of stuff done, so it's all good. I've just spent the last 20 minutes-ish trying to get the cat to come inside. Her name is Chantrell, but I call her the cat when she's annoying. I got my studio way too hot this morning because it was very cold when I woke up and regret that instantly when I sit down after my computer's been on for an hour because suddenly it's broiling in here. So I opened this little window right over here to let some air come through, and there was pathetic mewling. It wasn't meowing, like meowing is meow. This was like meow, like oh my god. Yeah, and it's dumping outside. It's been beautiful for a couple days. But open up the window and there's just this immediate and incessant mewling. So I go to the garage door to try to let the cat in. No movement. Hello, Techno Fuzzy. How are you doing? I'm dealing with some not a catastrophe this morning, just catitude. Yeah, probably some catitude, because I couldn't get her to come inside. She just wouldn't come inside, and she's back out there mewling again. I went to all 3 doors of the house, tried to get her to come inside, and she wouldn't do it. So yeah, good times. How are you doing? I enjoyed looking at your the setup for the roller coaster that you sent. That is definitely a lot more extensive, detailed, and everything than I get time or spend time on doing any of my roller coasters for the Draw in the Book or Else. Oh yeah, that's happening. That is definitely happening. We have it all set up right here. Hoping to get another page or 2 done because haven't worked on it for a while. Haven't felt like working on it haven't worked on it for a while. Decided to get back to it today because it is a very nasty, cold, rainy day outside. So, yeah. Did you have a good weekend? I had a good weekend. Well, I had a restful weekend. It was a hard week yesterday, health-wise, and so I took a couple days to just like, and now I am back to do the thing. Back to do the thing. And here is the last page I was working on for the book. Let's switch this up to there. This is the last page I was working on, which are cats in a classroom. And in this one we have Gertie, who in the current book is a ghost, but when she was alive she was a cat. And so she's going to cat school here. And she's raising her hand to answer a question. She gets the answer wrong, and this guy thinks it's just hilarious that she got the answer wrong. I will get fries. Ooh, fries sound good. Fries actually sound pretty good right now. I do have potatoes out there, so maybe I'll make those later. I like homemade fries, especially when I go and grab some rosemary out of the garden. Ooh, and I have blue cheese. Maybe I'll make some stacked fries for second stream today. Of course, I sit down and immediately start getting hungry, but I already had my lunch, so we're good. We are good. I thought today, since I hadn't yet, I would share the only actual... Nice! Can I recreate it? I can recreate it, just not successfully. Very nice. Yeah, I'm still working on the affiliate thing. Turning out to be a bit more of an issue than I thought. I haven't had a bank account in a while because of the last 2 years and not being able to work and everything getting completely jacked up when I first had COVID and when I was dealing with the repercussions and fallout of long COVID. And so yeah, getting the technical side of it set up is taking longer than I had hoped. But I actually have all of my emotes like done and ready to go. I have all my channel point rewards and everything done and ready to go. All the illustrations for all of that done and ready to go. So it's like, once I have that one little, the box checked where it's like, this is your bank account, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, it's going to be so fun. I have some really fun stuff for that and have had a great time. I don't think I have them anywhere nearby, but have had a fun time doing those. But those are all complete, and they will all be coming in the near future. Hopefully soon. Hopefully I will get the technical stuff figured out this week. But yeah, we'll see. I guess it's not any huge rush. We'll just see what happens when it happens. I think every single time I talk to you in the middle of the day, you are getting food and driving. So I'm assuming you're driving as well. I mean, if you're at Popeyes, obviously you're driving. Unless you have like a Popeyes within walking distance. I'm trying to think of the last time I had any. I don't eat out at all. I don't even know when's the last time I've gotten takeout. You have a fast metabolism? Very nice. I need food constantly. Well, that's why you have to stop mid-drunken Mario Kart stream and make a burger. Like, it's not a indulgence, it's a necessity. Well, especially because you got to keep the energy up, got to get things moving. Especially when, alcohol makes... I don't know. I don't think that makes it go faster, but it definitely makes burgers taste better. I do remember that. I do remember that. God, I haven't had alcohol in like a year and a half. And that was after 6 months-ish of not having it. And I was over to a friend's house. And she made a beverage for me, and granted, I was a proficient and effective drinker, and practice, and so I was over at my friend's house, and we're hanging out in her backyard. This was like, a year ago, June. So yeah, over a year and a half ago. Anyways, so she made me up a drink, and it was nice and strong and everything. And I was like sipping on it because I wasn't totally sure. When I tried to have alcohol before, it didn't react very well with my system, which sucked because I enjoy hanging out and doing bar trivia and that sort of thing and all that. So I I sipped it, and it was delicious. And after I finished the one, she was like, "Oh, do you want another?" And I'm like, "Oh, God, go home." It was like, well, you probably won't know the reference. I don't know. But Anne of Green Gables, when why am I blanking on her name? Her friend drinks the cherry cordial instead of the whatever and gets drugged. She's like, "I gotta go home. I gotta go home." And that's how it was. It was just like one drink and I was done. So that's one thing I look forward to in the future, being able to hang out and have some tasty beverages in the future. Definitely. And French fries. Look like I can have French fries in this one. Let's see. Let's get a little music going here. Okay. My mouse is freaking out. Why? What in the world is... Okay. Okay, there we go. There, that's reasonable. Alright, so I am going to be working on a illustration today, although I'm probably going to have fries regardless, because that just sounds good at this point. Yeah, some fries with some like blue cheese, some rosemary from the garden, a little fresh garlic on there. I think that is going to be my game snack tonight. I think that is very safe to say. So this is the illustration I'm going to be working on today, which let's see if we can get it angled so you can actually see. This is him continuously to ridicule her for whatever. And as you can see here, I didn't realize it, but at some point I dropped it on the floor. So it is covered in schmutz. but once the black line is on and I scan it and color it in the computer, it won't show. I considered resketching it, but bleh, I'm not gonna bother. It is what it is at this point. And we're just gonna call it good. But one thing that I realize I have never done, or if I don't think I've ever done, like I've shown the book before. This is the second book of my kids' book series, the Happy Undead Friends. And I've like flipped through and shown it before, but I think we're gonna start off today with a little bit of a story time. I am going to read through it, not as slowly as I would read to a child, because every time I've read it to a child, it's taken like an hour, because it's like, ooh, let's talk about each and every animal in there. But just to get an idea of the general stories that I do, book number 2 is all about making good choices when you choose a pet. So we're gonna do a quick little story time. And I'm doing this book in particular because it's actually the only copy of any of my books I actually have right now, which I don't know how that happened. I used to have copies of all of them, but this is what I have. So this is what we're gonna do at this point. I am also testing streaming on YouTube and Facebook, so I think I'm on YouTube and Facebook at this point too. I guess we'll see. I don't know if that'll show up in chat or not. Like I said, it's just a test. I'm mostly focusing on the Twitch stuff, but I thought it would be a good time to try it out because I'm just going to be drawing. So, and I've done drawing live on both of those platforms before, so I figured, what the hell. So this is, I always like to do a hand-drawn, this book belongs to, and in this case, I chose to do a rock crab. Why am I thinking, rock crab sounds wrong, but I did it a little Cthulhu style, so. And a little bit for kids to write about. Popeyes has new home styles mac and cheese. It's so good. Oh, I actually had mac and cheese the other day. I regretted it because it doesn't do well in my system, but yeah. So sometimes comfort food, like mac and cheese. Actually, my absolute favorite comfort food on a cold day would be chicken and dumplings. Like, that's my favorite. Homemade chicken and dumplings. Oh, now that sounds good. Everything sounds good. Just talk about food and it sounds good, right? Especially after a long week, or when it's kind of rainy outside or whatever. It's good for that sort of stuff. But yeah, I did mac and cheese. It was like 5 cheese mac and cheese, and then I did blue cheese on top because I'm obsessed with blue cheese. Blue cheese, I love stinky cheese, and so blue cheese and gorgonzola are sort of the base level. Base level on that. Oh yeah, chicken noodle homemade. Yep. I actually, it's so funny. That's actually what I had for breakfast this morning, because I had a random can of it. I don't even know where it came from, but it was like, okay, that's quick, throw in some like Asian spices just to make it a little more. But it said it was home style, so I didn't really look at the container or whatever of it. I just picked it up. Oh, home style chicken soup, whatever. And it was just normal chicken soup, but it had like these weird tiny little, they were almost like linguine, only they were that long. And I'm like, how the fuck is that home style? That's like cheap crap. You're like at a really bad hospital, and that's the soup you get. So yeah, that was mislabeled in the very slightest. In the very slightest. But yeah, I always like to do little interactive things for kids. So this is what pet do you have? What pets do you like? And so they can color a picture of the pet they have or the one that they like. And in this particular book, just because I wanted it to be really functional for parents to talk about kids and pets and everything, because it's conversations I've had quite a few times in my life, because I worked in, I was a manager at a pet store, assistant manager at a pet store, though I was the MOD, the manager on duty. 90% of the time when I was working, I was the only manager on duty. So I had to deal with a lot of people asking a lot of dumbass questions and not listening to my team, and so they'd be like, I want to talk to the manager. So yeah, if there was a Karen who wanted to get a Nemo fish for a 5-gallon jar or anything like that, I was the one to get to have that conversation with them. So I felt that as my second book, this is the way that I want to go, because this is a way, the entire book is intended as a way to talk to your kids about pets in a reasonable way. So what I did in this particular book, which I didn't do in any of my other books up to this point, is these little call out areas. Hello parents and grown-ups reading this book. Anything in this type is grown-up info, meaning it's not part of the story, it's just useful info for you as you read the book for kids. Feel free to share it if you'd like. This book is intended to work as a conversation starter about animals, responsibility, empathy, and making good decisions with kids. Find out more at Parents Corner, which I don't have that website anymore, so oops. And then there is our welcome to the world of the Happy Undead Friends. And this is Ziegfeld the zombie, Velma the vampire, where in the world, tongue twister, Franklin, and then Gertie the ghost. And Gertie the ghost, obviously, this is Gertie when she was alive. She was a cat. Ziegfeld is happy in Silverville. He has planted plants. He has shared juice. He has made art. He has enjoyed sunsets. Ziegfeld loves his new home. His life is very nice now. Sometimes, after the sky gets dark, Ziegfeld wishes he had a friend to play with. The lively cockroaches in his tub were no fun at all. The next day, at Velma's juice shop, Ziegfeld said,
I would like to adopt a pet.
Should I do the voices? I don't know. That's kind of obnoxious. This is a great, that's a great idea, Ziegfeld, says Velma. I have a pretty fish named Bella. I was a pet? Really, Gertie? I was a very special cat a long time ago. Was it fun to be a pet? Oh, yes. I was healthy. It was very nice. I was loved. I was well cared for. I was given fresh water and good food. I was a happy kitty. Some pets are not so lucky. With the idea there being, you can say, oh, this, sometimes cats, if a kid asks, you can just turn the page if the kid doesn't ask, but if the kid asks, then you can have a conversation about why some aren't so lucky. And so that's how I try to modulate my books so that they're good for multiple age ranges, with the idea that you can just read straight through and whatever the kid picks up from it, great. If they have questions, you can get more into individual issues. Thus, a conversation starter. This light is pretty harsh on here, but I did a couple pages in here that were my personal suggestions for a good first pet to have for kids. Though, I whenever parents would come in and be like, it's a learning experience, they're going to be 100, like, no. If you're in charge of keeping your child alive, like if they're still at the age where you're in charge of keeping them alive, then you're in charge of keeping the pet alive, because another creature's life is not a life lesson for your child. No. So, and when I was a manager, I would quite happily refuse to sell pets to parents if they did not show the proper respect for animal life. The fact that we sold mice and rats as feeder pets was another thing, but that's another thing. Betas. A freshwater fish, betas like to live alone in a small tank. With proper care, betas can live up to 3 years. That's, of course, with the fact that any beta that you buy in the store is going to be at at least 2 and upwards of 4 years old. And then because the whole lifespan of a beta is generally 6 to 7 years. So once you buy them after the period of, because most of them die, just like with every fish, most of them die within the first 3 years. And so that is to put that into perspective. Feed 2 pellets 3 times a week. Overfeeding causes a dirty tank. Keep tanks away from sun. It causes algae. And then again, we get to one of our parent sections. Betas are our number 1 recommendation for first-time pet parents of any age 3+. They are beautiful, easy to care for, low startup and maintenance costs, and an excellent first step into the exciting world of pets. Whenever I'd be selling people pets, though, I'd have to warn them the fact that they also have a tendency, just genetically, betas were originally developed naturally in rice paddies in Asia, in China primarily, though I don't think exclusively, but possibly, I don't know, in rice paddies, where they, during the dry season, would live in the hoof marks left by the plow animals, which usually were oxen. And so they would live in a space about that wide and that deep. Well, if they ended up in one of those and it started to dry out, or it wasn't ideal, or they were looking for a mate or whatever, they would jump out of the tank and flop around until they got to another one, at which point they would potentially either, if it was empty, they would just live there. If there was another male there, that's where the fighting part comes in and why you don't want 2 living together. Or if there was a female ready to mate there, then they would mate. So they definitely have, they're known as the suicide fish, but they don't act. I mean, it's not that. It's the way that they traditionally or originally moved around from hoof print to hoof print, basically. Like, they live in puddles and they need a way to get around, so they would do that. Ziegfeld says, do you think I would be a good pet parent? Oh yes, Ziegfeld, just choose the right pet for you. How do I choose? I chose a beta fish because they are so pretty. They are colorful. They are easy to care for. That's great too. The best part is he sparkles in sunlight. And yes, that is a mocking and silly reference to the idea of vampires sparkling in sunlight. Because Velma is a vampire. So, he sparkles in sunlight. I want a cuddly pet. Cats are cuddly. We should go out to Happy Valley Animal Sanctuary and learn more about pets. So they go to the Happy Valley Animal Sanctuary. Because that was another thing I'd always recommend to people. Go to a rescue organization instead of, especially a sketchy ass breeder. We would actually have people like roll up in their cars in the parking lot of, because it was a major chain. It was one of the big chains of pet stores. And it was right on like a major thoroughfare in the city I used to live in. And people would roll up in their cars and just park in the parking lot, like, far enough away so that they wouldn't, like, we wouldn't see them, but close enough that they would be like, they would know that this is where pet people would come. It was one of my favorite things to run them off, because I would go over and I would just see these pathetic animals. And if they don't have a place to sell them, hopefully they'll stop doing it. Although with internet at this point, it doesn't even matter. But this was like 15 years ago. Yeah, 2006, 2007, was something around in there. Like, yeah, I was over it pretty quickly. All right, and they are at the Pet Sanctuary. Welcome, I am Sarah. How can I help you? I'm Ziegfeld. I'd like to learn about pets. That's great. And so we have different animal pictures around the side here. You've come to the right place. Are you thinking about adopting a pet? Well then, there are some things you should think about. And again, just getting people to start actually considering the different elements of what they're thinking of doing. What animals do you like? That, you know, and it's in the book, but you can also look to the kid and be like, oh, what pet animals do you like? Can you take good care of a pet? What do pets need to be healthy and happy? Down here we have the basics. Healthy food, fresh water, safe shelter, positive attention, proper training, specifically dogs, but you know, and wellness checks. So those are the basics for pretty much any animal that you can imagine. Those are true for fish. Those are other than the training part. Although you can actually technically train fish, sort of, but it's basically like you put food somewhere and they do something. So other than the proper training, but proper because, you know, if you can train an animal, you can train an animal. If you can't train an animal, you can't train an animal. But all the rest of them are universal truths for every animal that you need to consider before you choose a pet of your own. What kind of pet do you want? I'm not sure. I have never had one before. You have a lot to think about. And then we go in here and it's sort of a visual representation. You have to consider the money involved. You have to consider the food and maintenance. You have to consider their activity level if you need to do walks or whatever. Their like bodily maintenance being brushing or anything like that. And then also you have to consider, right here we have a little pet grave. Something kids need to consider or at least parents need to consider the age appropriateness of that discussion with their kids. Got it? So that just indicates it visually without saying, it's gonna die someday. What are you gonna do when it dies? So, and let's go. All right, so first they go to the reptile section. Wow, well, reptiles are neat. So you have some sort of a bug thing here, some sort of a lizard thing here, a turtle or tortoise, a frog, and some snakes. Reptiles come from the desert, for desert, forest, and other habitats. There are many different kinds. They don't seem very cuddly, though. And yes, in order to be a manager at this particular store, I had to be certified with every single kind of animal. I had to handle every single kind of animal. And like I've said on previous streams, 37 animal species have bit me over the years. So it is, I think the most disconcerting one was a little ball python. I was told that they needed to be put into a transport carrier out of this one particular tank. And so I went over and I was doing, the normal process of getting the snakes into the container. No big thing. But then I feel something and I look down and there's just a snake attached to my finger, like between the second and third knuckle here. And the biggest thing with snake teeth, you have to remember they don't, like, if this is the mouth, they don't, like our teeth go straight down, but as a lot of predators have teeth that sort of bend in so that once they catch, the prey is locked in. So the biggest thing to remember when you get bit by a snake or one of those kind of things is not to pull out of it. Because what happens is either you do damage to the animal, which is more likely what I would have done because it was a small ball python and, but also it will cause tearing and thus increasing the damage to, instead of 2 punctures, you then have 2 tears. And so the biggest thing to remember when you get bit by them is just to hold your hand still. And then, here, I'll try to do this in a way. Like, let's say it was biting onto me right there and it was sort of in and I was trapped. You want to bend your hand up and sort of push the head up and then pull out as much as possible. You do what you can, especially with the adrenaline pumping, because trust me, between the pain and looking down and having a creature attached to your body, the reaction is like, get that thing away from me. So luckily, everything turned out fine there, obviously. And it turned out that the reason they were going in for transport is because they were all going to the vet because they were ill. So that was one of many, many times I got bit, including fish. I think the only thing I've not really been bit by is like the tarantulas. Like I've been bit by multiple kinds of spiders in my life, but I never got bit by the tarantulas. Cats are cuddly. And then we have Ziegfeld chasing after the dogs. Dogs have a lot of energy. It is very important to choose the right pet for me. So many choices. A small animal might be perfect. Wow. Or wow. And then we have just quick listing of the information here. Hamsters, 2 to 3 years, live alone. Mouse, about 1 year, live in a community, all boys or all girls, or else you're going to have 5 bazillion mice very, very quickly. Guinea pigs, 3 to 5 years, alone or in community. Handleable, need vitamin C supplements because they are the only real health concern with guinea pigs is scurvy. And so they need vitamin C supplements that can either be in the form of Timothy hay, or you can also just throw like orange peels in there, stuff like that. Rats, about 2 to 5 years, depending on the age you get them at. Live in a community, again, all boys or all girls, or you have a bazillion of them. Very handleable and social, and they love veggie scraps. Rabbit, 3 to 5 years, alone or in community. Handleable, need chew stick to keep their teeth short because unlike most creatures on the planet, a rabbit's teeth continue to grow throughout their life, so they have nothing to chew on. They can develop like ingrown teeth where it'll like grow into the bottom, and then they're unable to eat, and then they die. So that they either need to be cut or at that point they need to be cut off, like shaved down. So it's best to just keep them small to begin with. So Ziegfeld, have you made your choice? I would like a small fuzzy animal, but I'm not sure which one yet. That's okay. Really? Yes, Ziegfeld, it's important to make a good choice when you adopt a pet. Thank you for your help, Sarah. I will be back when I am ready to choose. And so he goes back and he looks up different things on the internet about different pets and what kind of pet is going to work for him. Ziegfeld is ready to choose a pet. First, he goes to buy what he will need, which is always a good idea to get everything bought and set up and go home and set it up and be sure everything is correct, and then to go and get the animal. So he gets a wheel, some chews, a cage, small animal food, a water bottle, and pet bedding, which are the basic items you want for any small animal. And he goes home. Everything is ready. It's time for Ziegfeld to go and adopt a pet. So he goes back to the Happy Valley Sanctuary on adoption day. Hello again, Ziegfeld. Hiya, Sarah. I have decided on a pet. That is great. You'll be a super pet parent. I will. I promise. Then he gets his little animal in a box and brings it home with him. And you can see here, Ziegfeld and Rocco the rat enjoy watching the sunsets together. Ziegfeld is very happy with his choice. So is Rocco. They're sitting and watching the sunset together. And so here is the sort of like animal sheet for a rat. If you can get past the tail, oh rats. Rats are friendly and fun as pets. Rats will live up to 3 years. You will need a cage because rats want a room of their own. Rats enjoy bits of veggies like carrot peels. They will even happily ride on your shoulder. And then the little parent part. Rats are social and curious creatures. A good first pet for kids 8 years and older. Rats rarely bite, unlike other small animals. They have low startup and maintenance costs with few to no vet visits. And generally the idea with them is the way I would always explain it to people, because people would always come in and want the hamster or want the gerbil or whatever. And I would always use the example of, okay, imagine you're in a circular room and there's nowhere, you know, there's not any hiding spots or whatever. And you have a, like a mouse, and you take that mouse and you put it on the floor. That mouse is immediately going to run to the corner and try to get away. Same with gerbils for the most part. Same with hamsters. Hamsters can be trained into being handleable, but that is not by nature. If you put a rat down on the ground, unless it was like an older rat or a wild rat, like if you put an adoptable age rat or a pet age rat on the ground, they might run up, but they'll actually like come up and check out what's going on, and they might not even run away. They might just like look at you and be like, "What's up?" And so they are very sociable, and they are actually quite trainable and very sweet creatures. The only health condition they really have a tendency towards is tumors, which is something to keep in mind. But with any pet, that is to be, there are health issues that possibly can happen. And so this is just the author page. That's back when I had red hair. And that's just little bio on me, not important. And then, as with all of my books, I like to put in a activity page. So here we have a word search, and the words are animal, wheel, care, pet, adopt, cage, play, cat, happy, food, rat, bedding, water, tail, toys, and dog. And so you can look for that. We have a little maze, a little matchup where you draw a line from the pet to what item is for them, and then a coloring page here that's actually the title page, only uncolored, so kids can color it themselves. And then I did the cast as Star Wars and as Star Trek. I think that's about it. Oh, and then the whoop. So that is general idea of how the books work and what the books are. And so let's get to the drawing part. How about that? Sound good? Sounds good. All right. So like I said, this is the last page that I was working on. I haven't worked on it for, I think, like 3 weeks to a month. So here we are. We're back. Again, this is Gertie when she was alive and a little kid. She was at school, and she and another person are raising their hands, and the whole thing is that she gets it wrong, so he thinks it's super funny. And then after class, he's like, ha ha ha, you answered the question, you got it wrong. With the idea that he continues to mock and make fun of her. We get to today's page, which again has some schmutz on it, but we'll be fine after the fact. It's all penciled in. In fact, I think I've penciled in like the next 20 pages or something. So, because that is really boring on stream, because like you can see, you can't really see it. So let's get going on the drawing part of the day. And I did get another thick marker, which is nice because it makes this go a lot faster and a lot easier. So I do the books the way that I do them, in sort of the comic book, comic book style, primarily for the fact that that's just, I've always liked the aesthetic and the function of it, where you can actually emphasize the story based on how you set up the frames, how you put them together, and that sort of thing. And also give sort of a moment of pause when you do a full page picture, or you can get a lot of story into a page or two just by doing multiple panels. So that is the general process of all of my books. I'll go through and come up with a book idea, and generally couple years ago, when I was really working on them a lot more than I have in recent years, I put out to friends and family and readers what subjects they'd like to see me cover, different ideas for different different storylines, different issues to bring up, and so I actually have 30 something book titles already written up to eventually do. And this one that I have here is actually the first one that I did, or the first one that I started that was based upon those suggestions. And this suggestion came from a mom friend of mine who had a daughter who had just moved to another level of education and thus to a new school situation, and going from being in a scenario where she was like in the oldest group and suddenly she was in the youngest group, and she was dealing with a lot of bullying on the playground, a lot of people being not kind, and she was having a hard time of it. And this young girl was actually like one of the first, like, she was definitely the first one whose mom took a picture of her reading my book on the way to school, because every year on the first day of school she gets to choose a book to read, and I think it was actually the pet one because she was super into animals at the time, and sent me a picture, and she's like, "You have a fan," and I'm just like, "Oh my god, that's so sweet." So that made me happy. And so when she suggested doing a book about bullying, I was totally down and thought that would be a great topic to cover in one of my books. So I went ahead and started it by writing the actual story and getting everything sort of put together and figured out. And just as I was starting to, or getting to the point of actually starting to write the actual book, my friend moved and the daughter went to another school and was having a great time of it, which is awesome, but it became less of a priority at that point, and didn't get back to it for like I think her daughter is like 16 at this point or something. Like, I didn't work on anything for like 5 or 6 years, and I'm finally getting back to it because I really want to finish this book up. But the process for my books are, first I come up with a general concept as to what I want to do. Like, the concept for the first book was finding friends and finding a home. Second book was about pets, because like I said, I've spent over a decade in animal care, pet care, actually 20 years at this point, because I started back in 2000 and whatever. I graduated from college in 99. I worked corporate for a couple years, and then I worked at a dog daycare, at which point I was eventually assistant manager and had to learn a whole bunch about animals very quickly. And I've had multiple jobs in animal care, pet care over the years, and really think that it's a great thing for kids to have pets and be exposed to animals and everything, because it's great for responsibility and empathy and, you know, lots of different stuff like that. But also seeing a lot of worrisome things like parents buying animals for their pet, or buying animals for their children with the assumption that the kid is just gonna take care. I mean, the kid wants a gerbil, and if it can't take care of it, then, you know, life lesson. It's like, not for the gerbil. So yeah, again, that is why I wanted to do the second book specifically about making good choices when choosing a pet and making responsible choices and thinking about it in the right way. Because I think a lot of people come into it thinking about, well, my kid wants a dog, so I'm going to give him a dog. It's no benefit to your kid or to the animal if you're not going to actually take care of it. So, and then the third book is about family, which is an important topic for me. And it just goes into how there are different kinds of families and different ways that family develop. There's, the family you're born into and the family you choose through families, because there might be multiple ones that you choose throughout your life, and the one that you potentially eventually make either with a specific partner or within a community. And so that was the third book. And then if you've ever been here before, you know that I am an absolute gardening enthusiast, freak, however you want to frame it. I'm very into gardening and very into gardening education and sustainable practices and all that sort of stuff. I'm most of the way towards my certification in permaculture design, and that was my fourth book because that is a very important topic to me. And then I sort of got to the end of the stuff that I had initially been yeah, these are the conversations that I as an auntie, because I don't have kids, I am a tried and true auntie. These are the subjects that to me I found were both important to have with kids and also something that could be done within the format and context of my books in a very effective and fun way. And that's the point at which I was like, hey, what does everybody else think? Any suggestions? And I got a ton of suggestions, which was super duper appreciated. And I decided to do the bully one because that seemed very important to the mom, and because the mom because the child was actually an avid, active reader of my books and owned all of them, and I think she had the 3 of them that I had published thus far. And but the 4th one isn't actually out there one yet, because the gardening one is 96 illustrated pages long. It's freaking huge. It's about, I think when I was trying to get it uploaded to get it published and everything, the file was too big, and so I never got back to it. So I'm gonna look into that again at some point. But so I thought the bullying one was both timely and important, and because it was requested by somebody who actually reads and loves the books, I thought that was a good way to go. But then, like I said, she moved into a much better situation, thank goodness. So that is good. All right, so the process is I just come up with the basic idea. In this case, it was just bullying, just the idea of bullying, dealing with bullying, and how we talk to kids, how we communicate with kids about that sort of a subject. So then I would go through and figure out the different elements and the different areas that I wanted to talk about. And in the bullying case, I sort of went through and was like, okay, so there's these possibilities of how bullying occurs in this situation, and there's the mean girl friend bully situation, and then there's the the playground bully. And I also wanted to have in there so that I didn't want it just to speak to people dealing with bullying from the side of being bullied. I also wanted it to be an effective tool to read with kids who might be getting into some bullying behavior. And so I actually have one of the characters in this book, he sort of talks last, and he's like, well, actually, for a while I was a bully, and this was the situation, and this is what happened, and I feel really bad about it, but, I can't change it, so all I can do is try to be nice now and try to do the right thing now. So that is the idea with this book. And in this case, it is this particular one is actually about like violent retribution, because the last one was the character was a lot bigger than the person bullying them, and so within that situation he just was like, yeah, I could have flattened him, I'm not, and so I just kind of walked away, and I'm kind of bummed that I did, because if I had just tried to talk to him or whatever, like, I might have a new friend, or or not, you never know. But that was my situation. And so in this one, we're leading up to him bullying her here, and she feels bad, and then he's bullying her here, and she feels bad. Put the eyebrows in for the emotions of it. Or the eyelids. And she's feeling bad. And then in this one, she actually has, well, we'll see, you'll see when you get there, but basically it shows her progressively getting more and more angry at the guy, at the other cat that is making fun of her for whatever reason. And in the final one, she looks really angry, this one down here. And then the next page, which we might actually get to, this is going pretty along pretty quickly, that she actually like smacks him with her claws, and she like scratches his face, and she's just like, she scares herself with that, and she runs off, and and he didn't mess with her after that, but then she had to like deal with the fact that it was like that she got pushed and reacted really strongly and everything, and sort of the aftermath of that. Generally just with the idea, the reason I wanted to have as many scenarios that would be sort of relatable, or, that kids could look at these different situations and be like, if they were violent, then they would see, yeah, like, that's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. They kept making fun of me, and they kept making fun of me. And they wouldn't stop, and they wouldn't stop. And giving kids that language of like, yeah, that's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. And then they would be able to talk about it. Because my own, like, I didn't get bullied much as a kid. Because I was a very strong personality, and to this day still am. But when I was in 5th grade, my parents were getting divorced, and this one particular kid decided that between that and the fact that my little brother, who is, he passed away about 20 years ago, but at the time when he was alive, he actually had Down syndrome, and we found out later he was actually autistic on top of that. But he would, this one particular little kid would follow me around at recess, and he didn't do it when I was playing sports, because I was surrounded by a bunch of dudes that were all my friends, and he wouldn't have gotten away with it. But in 5th grade, I was doing less and less of the, playing football during recess and everything. And so this one particular kid would follow me around and make fun of me, and and be like, did you know your brother's a retard? Stuff like that. Like, nothing sophisticated. It was 5th grade, but it was enough to really, really, really hurt. And I was incredibly protective of my brother, still am. And at a certain point, I went to the teacher, the principal, or, whomever, and told him what was going on. And we were like brought in for counseling, and it was the whole boys will be boys thing, and, blah, blah, blah. And luckily, I hope things have changed since the mid 80s or whatever, when this was going on. But I mean, it hasn't stopped. So I thought this would be a good subject to hit on from a lot of different angles. And finally, it's happening. And so, yeah, I just wanted to hit on as many different possibilities so that kids would be able to like look at the, as they're reading the story, be like, yeah, there's somebody at school that's doing this to me, and I get really, really mad. And you know, and then that starts that conversation and gives the kids sort of language or points of reference, or at least representation of what they're experiencing, and a little bit of validation as to, you know, I mean, even though this is fictional, obviously, a little bit of validation that it's like, yeah, this is stuff that other people have had to deal with in the past. You're not alone, and let's talk about it. Let's do something about it. Let's, you know, and that's the whole kind of idea of the book, that Ziegfeld, our main character zombie, hears all these stories from his friends of situations that they were being bullied, or they were bullying, and what they did and how they handled it, and not necessarily giving like one is the right answer, one's the wrong answer, anything like that, but just very simply presenting it and showing it and saying this is a thing that happened to somebody, and this is a reference point of things that are possible. And if you are in that situation, then hopefully it would help out a little bit. All right. So she's starting to be like, I don't think this is cool anymore. And again, I just go in with the Sharpie first to get the big lining in, and then I go in with a precise V5, which is my favorite detailing pen, over everything to get the exact line quality. So you can kind of see the difference between how that looks and how that looks when it's sort of filled in and done. Hopefully, or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, let's put a... Now she is mad, and you do not want to see Gertie when she's mad. Give her uneven, kind of twitchy eyes. That always helps with the look of anger, huh? Go. And of course the flat cat ear, because they're when they get pissed off. And she's balling up her little fists to attack because she is done with this kid's shice. I don't actually remember how things ended with the kid that was bugging me in school. I'm assuming it just stopped at some point. You know, after they told me a million times, oh, he's just doing it because he likes you, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, he is calling my brother a retard. Like that, if that is, then this kid needs some serious psychological help if he thinks that that's the way to do that. I don't think I ever really dealt with any other bullying outside of that at any point in my life. But like I said, I was a little outspoken and precocious to be to deal with that kind of stuff that much. I don't think it was because I was especially friendly or, you know, anything along that line. I think it was just, you know. I sort of cut that stuff off at the, right at the start. Like, I dealt with actual abuse, so, like, your shit is not impressing me at all. Which is horrible to laugh at, but you gotta laugh, you're gonna cry, right? Right. All right. So we have the whole thing. Quick pendant. Hello, Coco. How are you doing today? I'm doing a little drawing. Oh no, was it from having to drive somewhere at 5 o'clock in the frickin' morning? That might do it. I'm sorry you haven't been feeling well. I hope you're feeling better now. Yeah, actually everyone I know has been having some health issues. My friend who does like supply drop-offs for me every once in a while, she came by to drop some off yesterday, and usually like we'll hang out and chat for a while. But she just dropped it off and was like, I gotta go. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really up for chatting anyways, because she was dealing with not feeling so well. Well, I hope you're feeling better. Last week for me, I was not feeling well. I actually ended up skipping my Friday stream because I was so fatigued and my heart was just crazy all last week. I had multiple days where even though I was literally sleeping or resting the entire day, it was said that I had like worked out for 16 hours one day, and it's insane. It was just a cold. Okay, good. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, the 5 o'clock pickup is never a fabulous thing. I can imagine. Luckily, I don't have a car, so nobody ever asked me for that. Not that when I had a car, anybody really did either, but I'm sorry about that. That sucks. Yep. It's always a trade-off, isn't it? It's like, okay, I'm coming, but I'm not happy. Hopefully she was appreciative and grateful for the whole process. Because yeah, driving anywhere at 5 o'clock in the morning sucks. I think the only time I ever have to do that is if I have a client who needs a ride to the airport. And then I will jump on to, you know, whatever. But usually it's dropping them off, so they have to come pick me up, and then I don't have to actually drive to the airport. I just have to drive away. She may be my stepdaughter, but I still have her. That's good. That's good. Thanks for doing that. Yeah. Did you have a good Easter? Despite being sick? I don't do anything for it. I tell everyone Happy Zombie Jesus Day and leave it pretty much at that for the most part. We used to do it up big, like I was a minister's kid, and so we'd always have the brand new Easter outfits. They were always like frilly, and mine were always pink, like regardless. Whatever, it was always like bright pink, which I resented at the time, but enjoy at this point in my life. But yeah, Easters were always huge when I was a kid, because there'd be church, and then there'd be the visits we do afterwards, and then there'd usually be like another session at church, and but that was one thing my mom was always really, really good at. She would do these epic hunts for us, where she would, I remember one year in particular, she strung up yarn all over the house, and we had to follow our piece of yarn to find the stuff for our basket. It was great. It was really great. Oh, nice. Very nice. She must have loved that. I do not have any grandparents left. My grandfathers all died before I was born, but apparently I didn't miss much because they weren't very pleasant people. And again, neither are my grandmothers, but they're all dead now too. She's 89. Wow. Oh, she must have appreciated that so much. Does she live close by, or did you have to do like a big old drive to get there? We would always do the, we lived in Washington State for most of my childhood, and for my youngest years, we lived on the extreme eastern side, and the rest of my family was all the way on the other side of the Cascades in the northwestern part of, I guess not northwestern part, but the western part of Washington. And we would do the big trek over there, and it was always this like big exciting thing, other than the fact that my sister gets car sick, and so yeah, it was like there'd always be like bags of puke in the car. She lives 20 minutes away. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. Did you guys have brunch or something? I think brunch is my favorite part of any holiday, because like there's justification for brunch on holidays. Oh yeah, she's not close to any of the other ones. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'd always liked the idea of grandparents. I always thought they'd be fun to have. Mine were just unpleasant, so I don't really have the emotional tie to the idea of grandparents. Oh, lives close. Got it. My sister lives 2 hours away. All right. That's a good distance, yeah. Yeah, that would be a reason not to make the trek that much. When I lived in Spokane, Washington back in the day, we would do that big, huge, long drive over across the Cascades and everything, you know, for whatever holidays and everything. But that was like a 4 or 5 hour trek, something like that. So yeah, we would drive over there and stay for like a good couple of days, and then drive home. Actually, my only like pointed ghost experiences, like experiences that I would legit say had some sort of a weird random paranormal element to them, both happened in the same room of my grandma's house, both when I was like really young. And so that's the big thing I remember about my grandmother's house. But yeah, we had a large, and this is just my the one side of the family. My mom's side of the family lives down in the South, in like Texas and North Carolina for the most part. Although, you know, they've moved since then, but that was the general thing. And so didn't really see them much at all when I was a kid. We spent most of the time with the northwestern side of the family. And it was a good size. Five siblings, 3 of which lived close enough to visit all the time. 4 of which lived close enough to visit all the time. And 3 of whom had, was it 4? I don't remember anymore, but had the main cousins. There were 3 of those that were like the main cousins that we would see all the time growing up, and didn't really know the other set of them very well, and to this day don't really know them very well. She has 4 grandkids, 3 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. Have I ever told you that you are my best person I've... Oh, thank you! You have not said that particularly, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think I'm starting to get my like Twitch legs, whatever, you know, like there's like sea legs, the idea of sea legs. I finally feel like I could sit down and I kind of know what I'm doing, and I kind of know the process and everything. But I only started, and it was just this like a super random hobby way to spend my time back in December this last year, and kind of out of the blue and not expected. And so I started with like 1 camera and not really sure what I was doing, but now I kind of feel like I have at least my process down for what that's worth. Oh, I know, I always enjoy chatting with you. Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I started kind of randomly back in like late December. I think I did my first, like technically did my first stream like in the week after Christmas, or like somewhere around in there. And then on New Year's Eve, I did a 12-hour stream just to see if, see if I enjoyed it, because I was still sort of testing to see if I even enjoyed doing the whole process, and just had a great old time. And so now that I've hit the affiliate eligibility level and everything, yep, I'm just gonna keep going because I'm having fun, and I get more art done because I'm on a schedule and I have to do it. Early January, nice. Yeah, my birthday was January 6th. And so I did a birthday stream for that my mom actually showed up for, which was super fun. But we had a hell of a tech snafu because she wasn't wearing headphones. And for the first little bit, it was fine. But then suddenly started getting like this super bad echo. And she was trying to find headphones. And then she found headphones and we're having like feedback and stuff. So it was a little disastrous, but we've actually chatted about doing sort of a occasional stream where we just chat movies. I think that was your... Oh, cool. Very nice. Yeah, that was a fun one. I'm trying to even remember what I did. I don't remember much of it other than the fact that, like, the tech issues with my mom was, like, the main thing that I remember from that whole stream. And the fact that I did a break because my doorbell rang and it was my friends and they brought their dog along. And it's, like, one of my dogs. Like, I'm an, like, auntie to it. And so I got totally lost in like pet snuggles and everything, and I think I had I had my stream on pause for like a half an hour, 45 minutes or something like that. Did you know you has... Aww. However you see that, I appreciate that, and hope that however that happened, it is, I mean, I'm assuming it's positive, so that's pretty sweet. I feel like I am doing what I can to do what I can, and so to hear that, oh, well, you are. I mean, that's the big thing about it, like, there's so much, especially, I mean, I don't know if it's especially in the US, it's probably happening in other places, but there is a marked amount of judgment and division and, all those different things. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here, is to, like, because I don't leave the house at all. I don't do anything. I don't go anywhere. Partially for the fact that I live in an area that has decided that the pandemic is just done. Like, everybody's just done with it. Like, even people that I respect and care about, they have started in the last couple weeks posting pictures of them basically licking toilets. Not really, but, like hanging out in these large groups and nobody's masked and they're indoors and, all this different stuff. And even outside of the COVID situation, I know that my immune system is jacked and I probably have pretty bad immunity to anything at this point. And so if I'm out in public, I am double masked 100% of the time. And I feel completely disconnected from all of my like IRL friends because I don't ever see anybody, and I don't feel like I have anything in common with anybody anymore. It's really strange because, I've spent the last 2 years just trying to get my freaking meat sack alive, and it's been really rough, and I don't feel like I have much in common with any of my friends anymore. So, I would say definitely, at very least in like the top 2 or 3, because because I do have regulars on. You're definitely the most regular for my non-game streams, because I have a couple people who always show up for my game streams, even if they're just stopping by to say hi. But yeah, definitely in the top 2 or 3. Could you not do a video call with your... I could. I actually was doing trivia, because I was a very avid trivia player back in the before times, and we were actually doing trivia online for a while. But I get on to, you know, and it's like, what do I talk about with people anymore? I think that's the biggest thing. Because I'll get on a group situation or whatever, and they'll be talking about the stuff they're doing, or the thing that they're buying, or like the trip that they're going on, or a concert that they went to. And I'm just sitting there with my skin crawling, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know? Or just being kind of like, I don't go anywhere, I don't do anything. All I have to talk about is the crafts that I'm doing, or the stream that I just did, or whatever. And you know, it's not like any of them are showing up for any of my streams, or showing, you know, within that. And you know, it's like, not, I'm not resentful in any way. Like, I just feel like they've moved on with their lives, and I'm stuck in this little bubble of trying to stay alive, because, you know, there are many days where I feel like I'm going to die. Either because my heart is doing stuff, or because my brain is doing stuff, or whatever. And, you know, and I'll get on a call with somebody, or somebody will stop by and we'll be chatting, and they're like, oh, what have you been working on? And like, I'll tell them what I've been working on, but there's just not a point of reference anymore. There's just not anything to talk about anymore. And I don't gain any relief. I don't gain any, sense of community. I don't get any sense of belonging or point of reference with any of my friends anymore. And it's not like they're not my friends anymore, but I walk away from those nights of trivia or whatever feeling like shit. You know, just feeling like crap, because they're all talking about, you know, the next trip that they're doing, and it's like, I can't even pay rent. You know, I can't buy food, any of that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, it's not that... I just feel like a big old downer, and I don't feel like any of them actually feel comfortable hearing what I have to say. And like, if I do have conversations with them, or, you know, chat conversations, whatever, like, I've literally had conversations with people where they're like, well, I hope you're feeling better, or I hope you're, you know, I hope you're doing okay. And I'm like, I'm not. And they'll just be like, okay, love you, bye. You know, and it's like, they're trying to be supportive, and that's totally cool and everything, but I don't feel supported. So I'd rather just distance myself from the situation and love them in idea, rather than just being disappointed all the time. And that's pretty much what it comes down to at this point. I never show up to your game streams. They're late. I mean, for you, they're probably like 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't start my game streams until 9 o'clock at night. So yeah, no. Sorry, but can I ask your age? You may have told me before, but I've forgotten. Thank you. I'm 45. I turned 45 on that last birthday on January 6th. I turned 45. Born in 1977, the year of Star Wars. But yeah, I think I've just gone with the distance makes the heart grow fonder thing. And I would rather have them remember who I was than who I am now, because I'm not the same person that I was when this all started. I'm not as, you know, I mean, if nothing else, I'm not, my health is, you know, gone down. My energy has gone down. My mental health has suffered, you know, on top of all the shit I was dealing with before. And so it's gotten to a point that I would rather have people love me at a distance than, you know. You're just about too young to be my mom. Yeah, if I had had a kid at 15, 16, then yeah, they would be roughly 30 at this point, which to me totally blows my mind. But I have at least one friend well, I had like a high school friend that I haven't been in contact since high school, but she actually got pregnant senior year. And to think about the fact that her kid, because I think she was 17 at the time, I believe her kid would be like right around 30, 32 at this point. And that just like blows my mind because it's like, technically that would put us technically as old enough to be a great grandmother, because if I had a kid at 16 who had a kid at 16 who had a kid at 16, I'd be a great grandmother. You know, it's just math, but it's still kind of weird. It was my mom, you'd give birth to me at age 14. Okay, yeah. Yeah, which is definitely too young, but not out of the realm of possible. But yeah, that kind of math always like weirds me out, especially since I don't have any kids. I never plan on having kids. I'm an auntie. That's it. I have no idea, and I've never had any interest in having kids. Um, Not that I don't like kids. I mean, as I sit here, as I sit here illustrating a kid's book, like I love being an auntie. I love all my like nieces and nephews, and my actual nephew. But yeah, like it's been quite a year. And I just feel like most people feel uncomfortable around me at this point because all I have to talk about and all I have going on in my life is like, yeah, my heart was insane last week. And yeah, my neuro symptoms are really an issue today. And, you know, that sort of thing. So, wow. Yeah. Your auntie just gave birth and she's 52. Is it her first child, or is this an additional child, like I have a particular term for it, which I'm sure is like massively antiquated, but I can't think of it. It's like you're a golden years mother, some shit like that. But it's like, yeah, 52 is not even that old. My nephew, I think my sister was about 40 when she had my nephew. Something around that, 42 when she had my nephew. Wait, she's 3 years older than me. Yeah, something like that. Like 42, 43 when she had her first son, which you know, nowadays is not out of the realm of possible. I think I have multiple friends now who have had kids in their 40s. It's her third child. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually have two friends who had their first child in their 40s, because, you know, even though, you know, like you said, 52, still having babies, and healthcare and the potential of healthy children is much more likely. But in the U.S., we have the highest mother mortality, the highest infant mortality, in like the industrial world, you know, whatever that bullshit is. But with whatever matrix you're looking at, we have incredibly bad outcomes for mothers and kids, which is horrifying with all the anti-abortion shit that's going on in our country right now, and all the legislations that's being forced through at this point. And on top of that, yeah, we don't have any social structures and everything. And the numbers are even worse for women of color, and specifically Black women. Like, the numbers are horrifying for what they should be in any sort of reasonable society. But because it's just women, it's not a big issue, you know. Forced birthers are taking over like Oklahoma and Florida and Texas and like all this different shit. So it's just like gross. 44 when she had her first kid. Yeah. Yeah. And nowadays that's not as much of an issue. Like my mom, when she had my little brother, was 40. But of course he was born in 1980, and she was considered extremely high risk, and, you know, all this different stuff because she was having a baby so late in life, which obviously is not as much of a late in life scenario as it was then, because it's a lot more common. But yeah, the infant and mother mortality rate in this country is just insane and unreasonable and unfortunate, especially with forced birthers all over the fucking country taking over. It's just bleh, bleh, bleh. Proves that it's not about life, it's about controlling women's bodies. But yeah, but luckily I'm at an age where people have stopped asking altogether when I plan to have kids, because it's like, I am not gonna have kids. I have absolutely no desire, and I never really have. Yep. Yeah, which is on the younger side, but not like, it's not 14, you know, which, you know, and no, obviously no judgment one way or the other on that, but I just switched to another picture for no reason. It's rough to have, a kid when you are a kid, and, you know, and I don't know if it's because I'm getting old and my perspective is changing or whatever, but as far as I'm concerned, like before 20, it's very young to have a kid, especially with the infantilization that happens in general with children in the country, of you know, levels of responsibility and that sort of stuff. Your mom was 16 when you were born? Yep, and that's another one that's right on that. Yeah, I mean, thank goodness you made it, and hopefully you are as healthy as can be expected. But yeah, 16 is a rough one too. And also, I mean, not just rough on your body because your body is still developing, and your mind because your mind is still developing, but also with the potential judgmentalness of people, you know, that are not, you know, living up to their own Christian values and being all judgy and shit. It's a rough road to take. So I'm glad you turned out so well. With yeah, my mom was 36 when she had me, and 33 when she had my brother or my sister. And so yeah, she was definitely later in time frame, you know, and especially with my brother. And I'm sure she had some, you know, some people looking at her as like, oh, well, of course he came out retarded, which was, you know, a more accepted term at that point. But my brother had Down syndrome. He was born with Down syndrome. And like I said, he was diagnosed as autistic on top of that when he graduated from high school. And he also was developed brittle diabetes when he was 1 year old. And so I'm sure there were people like, well, of course you were 40. What do you expect? I think the reason why me and my mom are so close is because we were close in age. Yeah. I mean, that's like Gilmore Girl ages, 16 to 16, or 16 to have a baby. Yeah, and it's also because, you know, I mean, she was developing as a human being, and as a, you know, her personality was still developing at that point. And so I'm sure that you were an integral part of that, being born at an age where she is still figuring out place in the world and everything, and then being responsible for somebody else. You know, I guess the two options are either to become close and that sort of thing, or to completely break apart and you know, not even be able to deal with each other. So I'm happy it worked out that way. That doesn't sound bad. You know, I know that you are, you know, that loving and caring with them now. So, you know, it's a difficult road to go down. I myself was non-active altogether until I was 27, and so there was never even a possibility of my getting pregnant, you know, earlier than 27. And that was partially just because of the fact that I knew I did not want to have kids, and I had no interest in having kids, and every guy I knew, I didn't want to have them as a father to a child. So it was like part of the decision, honestly, to not become sexually active until later, was the fact that, like, did not want that to be a possibility. Because it changes your entire life trajectory. I mean, even if it is a pregnancy that you lose or that you choose to end, it's going to change your psyche. It's going to change the life that you lead. It's going to change the overall direction your life is going in. And it wasn't something I ever wanted to deal with, so I didn't put myself into ever having to deal with that. But I'm also, weird and disconnected and not interested in it anyway, so it wasn't all that difficult to avoid. And when I did actually decide to have sex for the first time, it was like, I decided before I met the person that it was like, okay, I am emotionally, psychologically, I'm so fucking Capricorn, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You had mentioned that you hadn't been around till she was 3, and that sucks, but she's come to terms with it, and so I hope that the guilt you feel over that is now being translated into being the best parent that you can. And it sounds like she is down for that too. Thank you. She's now 12. Yep. What a sweetie pie. All right. Good. Yay. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. It's like, it's so hard to, I think the biggest thing for me is, unless you do it completely on your own, which I have a few friends who have either by choice or by necessity done it on their own. But in theory, for the most part, when for financial reasons and for support reasons and for just the fact that raising a kid is incredibly difficult and incredibly expensive. Ideally, I would imagine a lot of people would want to have another person there to help them out and everything. But when that is not possible, the best you can hope is that the person who is there and is taking care of the child and is, taking care of business, as it were, that she is a good person, that she was able to do that, and that since your initial freak out and need to step back from the situation, it's not necessarily, it sucks in a lot of ways. Just as a general situation, it sucks that that's how it worked out. But looking back on it, you can't necessarily know that wasn't the right decision. Because I know a lot of guys who stayed or, any of that sort of thing, that shouldn't have, and so possibly you're stepping back and coming to terms with who you were and how you were and who you needed to be and how you needed to be in your child's life and that sort of thing, and then coming back with, as a stronger parent. That is, not necessarily the wrong path. So I don't. Haven't done anything in my life that I regret so much that I can't back on it and be like, this was a learning situation that I got nothing out of. It's always, at least I learned something from it, and hopefully it helps to make better decisions in the future. Well, I don't know either. It's possible because I don't judge. Like, a lot of people, I don't know. I see a lot of gray in every situation. But also I don't know. I guess, I mean, I appreciate that. I don't know what it would be, but necessarily, but I mean, I don't judge. I don't like being judged myself. Um I was judged a lot when I was a kid because even though, you know, I am currently a cis presenting female and I was born a cis presenting female, and, but I was very outspoken as a kid, and always wanted to keep my hair short because that I was a jock and it was inconvenient to have long hair, and I liked the aesthetic of having short hair, and I was mistaken for being a boy my entire life. And I think the big thing about it is that I got to a point of being able to distinguish between misunderstandings and judgmental stuff, because occasionally, you know, little old women would be like, your short hair makes you look like a boy, and there was a certain point at which I was like, yeah, and your point is, like, so what does it matter? Like, it's like, are you questioning a 7-year-old what between their legs because you're confused about it? What the fuck is it your issue anyways? And so, yeah, I never appreciated the judgment stuff, and so I try as much as I can to not be judgmental of others and other situations. I don't have to necessarily like or approve or anything like that, but it's not my place to say one way or the other, unless it's, you know, there's certain areas where, you know, and, you know, it relates to, you know, any sort of underage abuse or anything like that, because I will go down swinging to protect kids and, you know, marginalized people whenever, because I mean, shit, if I have this, like, white privilege, you know, I do. I mean, I honestly, I know that I do. I wouldn't be able to do most of the jobs that I've done throughout my life if I didn't, just based on, you know, going into people's houses when people are at home, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. If, you know, because I have this, you know, if it's, you know, even if you don't see it as a privilege, it at least is like, I do not have a lot of the derision, I do not have a lot of the other stuff, whatever, because of just my aesthetic presentation. You know, I need to be able to use that position and that place to as a place of strength, and I can either use it to be a fucking Karen and demand to see the manager or whatever, or I can be like, nope, that's not how we roll here. We accept people for who they are and how they are, and if you're gonna be judgmental, then that's your fucking problem. I do. There was a teacher in my daughter's school that was put in jail for touching up children. Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that it's like, there is no moral gray on that as far as I'm concerned. You know, coming from a fairly abusive, well, fairly, I mean, I don't even need to call, coming from an abusive childhood, like, I have zero tolerance for that. I have zero tolerance for abusing kids in any way, and that is actually one of the books that I have planned that is going to be a really hard one to write, and it's probably going to be a fairly short one, and it's definitely one I'm going to put out there for free download. And it's basically just like the conversation that I wish someone had had with me as a kid, you know, and putting it in a way that it's just like, hey, let's read a story, and sit down and read the story. And the point at which the kid could potentially be, you know, be like seeing something in it that they would then be able to be like, yeah, this person makes me feel uncomfortable. Because, you know, uncomfortable is not necessarily a word a child has heard in the context of being able to describe X. So giving them the language to be able to communicate that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Fuck that guy. Hope he's in fucking jail forever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's something that is going to, especially when it is somebody who is not only in a authoritative position, but also in a, you know, it's like a daily position of authority. So there's a level of familiarity, there's a level of authority there, all of those different things. That makes it incredibly difficult and incredibly confusing for kids, because especially within that kind of a situation where grooming is so, yeah, oh yeah, his soul is already dead, so, you know, halfway there. But that's the true danger of grooming, which, you know, for the most part, that's, you know, when people who get into these situations, specifically so they will be in a situation that they can access children. You know, the point is not, you know, it's not that they're there and they're struggling with it. No, they choose to go there because they're going to be in a position of authority, and they're going to have access and opportunity. And so every day that they're going into the classroom, they are actively grooming children to see who is a good match for the evil shit they are planning to get up to. And the fact that in a lot of situations, you know, it's always like, oh, well, they're struggling with this, you know, it's like, no, they are sick people that need to be removed from access to children forever, because it's not something you can be like psychologized out of, you know, and whether that is jail or whether it is just not being put in a position where they are able to access children, whatever it is, that is pretty fucking important. Ugh. Yeah, and that's the general end result, the general, like, the idea that this happened. No, only this happened because it was stopped, you know. Yeah, I think there is this really weird need that some people have to minimize scenarios, minimize situations, and it has more to do with them not wanting to admit what potential is there and what's happening in the world and what might be a thing. But, you know, I mean, so it's, yeah, it's just, it's rough. It's rough, and yeah, I mean, it's not impossible that is the direction that it was headed, which is just horrifying, but thank goodness they found the predator and got them out of the school situation. And hopefully they will never be able to be put back into the situation. 8, Yep, sick in the head. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think that is the biggest thing about it. It's like the idea that we have of what mental health is and what, what is involved in improving mental health and everything. Like there's different areas and there's different levels. If somebody is a predator, like that person is, that's there might be mental health underneath it, but there's also a level of the disregard of another person in such an insane, and not insane like mental health, but like just the fact that somehow most predators see themselves as the victims, and I'm always, because I don't really do much in the way of like true crime or whatever, because I find it sad and disturbing, but I do, I have a couple of creators that I watch that talk about it, and I always find it fascinating the way that, crime works and that sort of stuff, but they'll talk about like the childhood of the person, well, don't feel like you're a bad parent because you couldn't stop it. Just be a good parent now and support her and give her what she needs, because your regret is not going to do anything for her, honestly. Put away for 8 years. I wish it had been more, but honestly, in the US, he probably wouldn't have gotten jail time at all. Maybe 2 or 3 years, but in the US, there are now like Oklahoma just passed a law where they did a comparison where an average rape, the average sentence for a rapist is like 2 to 4 years if they get convicted or whatever. But they just did a thing if a doctor performs an abortion on the rape baby, they'll get like 10 years. So yeah, priorities here are totally fucked up. But yeah, he would have never gotten that much here, which is just, that just makes it even rougher. But I'm glad he got that amount of time. Hopefully, if nothing else, he'll never be put into a position where he has access to children again. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Yeah. Yep. And that's the problem with predators like that. They don't see other people as human. Like, they don't see other people as having, and especially when they talk about their childhood, it's like, oh, this person had this abuse and this and that and the other. And it's like, okay, well, the options were to learn empathy. Like, there's an option, because I got beat to shit when I was a kid, and I didn't turn it into like, oh, I'm gonna tear the wings off bugs or any of that sort of shit. So yeah, it's such a systemic, and it's such an issue that has to do with denial, and I think it also has a lot to do with polite society not wanting to acknowledge the fact that this sort of shit happens. And it's not like some big cabal of politicians and world, like blah, blah, blah. No, it's parents and teachers, and luckily not many of them, and other people in authority, ministers, any of that sort of stuff, and obviously not all of them, but enough. And one debate I actually got in with somebody, it was like the fucking ants. It was the whole like, it's not all guys, like not all guys are rapists, blah blah blah. But I'm like, yeah, But enough guys are rapists that 1 in 4 women will experience sexual assault within their lifetime. So yeah, it's because one predator doesn't just prey on one person. That doesn't generally happen. It's that one predator is grooming lots of people or is in a constant situation to... Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of an ant on the table and I can't flick it with my left hand. Go! Sorry, I'm having ant issues and that's driving me freaking nuts. He was trusted to keep my princess safe and he did not. Sorry to tell you all this. The thing is, I am fine with it and I get worked up and I am, you know, I mean, having to deal with my own childhood abuse issues, and to this day, it gets me very passionate about the conversation. And you know, I think it's time to have the conversation, and I think it's better to have the conversation because, like, back when back in high school specifically, one that always sticks out for me, it was in a class, and it was one of these like AP classes. I don't even remember which class it was, but it was, you know, whatever class it was this project, and one of the things was to it was something, God, I don't remember what the premise was for. I just remember this one particular conversation because we had to sit down as a group, and it was as a study group, and it was a series of questions in which we would it was basically like I mean, it's sort of the equivalent of like a non-drinking get to know your group type of thing, or get to know, not to get to know the group, but to sort of like expand your thinking about other people and to understand that you might not be aware of somebody's actual full circumstance or full situation. And one of the, you know, and some of the questions were like, I was born in the US. Okay, and everybody who was born in the US would raise their hand. Okay, cool. We were all born in the US. Okay, you know, some basic stuff like that. But one of the questions, and the one that I actually like, the whole point of the story, is that one of the questions was, I myself, wait. Either I was abused, like, no, it was I do not know anybody who survived childhood abuse or something like that. Like, that was the general gist of the question. And within that context, it was like, well, I had. So, and thus within the idea of the thing, you know, I didn't raise my hand. And everybody else raised their hand. And I was just sort of sitting there like, oh, fuck, this is happening. Oh, fuck, this is happening. You know, because the whole idea of the project, the idea is to, if something comes up, then we would have a conversation about, you know, what the question was. And so I didn't raise my hand, and everybody sort of looked at me like, well, who do you know? Like, you know, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to tell us? And I'm like, well, y'all can put your hands down because I was the one who was abused and you all know me. So you all know somebody who survived childhood abuse. And I was, you know, and it was an AP class. So, you know, for the most part, everybody that was in the group was upper middle class. Everybody was white. Everybody was cis presenting at that point. We, you know, not since, but at that point, and it was like junior year of high school or something like that, and everyone was just like floored. And at first, you know, it started as a pretty minimal conversation as to, you know, me being like, no, I was abused my entire childhood, and you know, and at that point I had to decide how much I was willing or able or interested in disclosing to these people that had been my friends for, you know, 3 years or whatever, because we moved in between different levels of education for me. And so high school, when I hit freshman year, it was all new people, all new friends, and this was, like I said, junior or senior year, and I had to decide
how much I was going to tell them. But the fact that none of them knew anybody else, I felt a responsibility in my little 16, 17-year-old heart to put my heart out there, and to give them as much information as they were willing and able to accept. Because this, just the shock on their face and the like total confusion and the, discomfort. I felt that this was one of those like teaching moments that needed to happen. And so I believe the rest of the study session was just and I had not come to grips with everything at that point. I was diagnosed with PTSD in 5th grade and I do not remember most of my childhood. I would say maybe 10%. I maybe remember about 10% of my childhood, and most of it has no point of reference. As like, I can remember situations that happened and I can be like, well, we were with this people and, this thing. So I can kind of suss out about what age I was at, but I don't really know what age I was at. And so, yeah, I just decided at this point, like, my discomfort was worth the educational moment of them really understanding, like, no, I'm not just talking about, like, I got spanked once when I was 3. It's like, no, here's the story of when I got, kicked in the leg or kicked in the stomach or, the emotional abuse and, this and that and the other. And so I think that was the point at which I sort of like realized that regardless of the emotional reaction, regardless of the discomfort or whatever, I felt a responsibility and I felt a willingness to be open about it and be honest about it. And at this point, at 45, I have I've done a lot of talking about it, and I've done a lot of interactions with people who needed to have that conversation. And this particular conversation was sort of the beginning of that, because I had all of these like white bread suburb kids like, what, just like totally not comprehending. And I think that it was incredibly beneficial to them and to myself in the long run. And none of them hated me afterwards, and none of them felt sorry for me afterwards, and I told them I don't need pity. Like, I wasn't fine. I wasn't fine at that point, but for as emotionally and psychologically fucked up as I am, like, every year I keep getting better. So at that point I was the best I ever had been. So at that point I was the best at that point that I'd ever been to talking about it. So you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've gotten to a point where, I don't judge myself over it. Like, it was something that happened to me, and it's something that I think can be a learning experience to other people. And because I've gotten to a place that I can talk about it without shame or judgment or anything like that, I'm just always willing to talk about it, because I think that the biggest thing when I was a kid is I felt alone. Like, I never felt safe, because even the, I never felt safe as a kid in any situation, because the situations that I was supposed to innately feel safe were literally not safe. So to be able to be an adult and just be able to communicate that sense of fear, communicate that sense of all of that without actually feeling unsafe and without actually feeling judged or anything like that, I at this point I find it incredibly empowering and incredibly helpful for my own well-being and long-term recovery. But like I'm still very much dealing with PTSD. Like one of my biggest triggers is doors opening or closing. The sound of doors opening or closing has always been a huge trigger for me, partially for the fact that also with my brother's medical stuff, you know, if my door opened up in the middle of the night, shit was about to go down, either because somebody was mad and something bad, that sort of thing, or that my brother was going into like convulsions or something. So I've always just had a really, really strong reaction to car doors opening and closing, and I never realized it was an issue until I was laying in bed one night, and this was in my late 30s. Like I was probably like 39. Love you too. I was in my like late 30s, I believe, and I was sitting in bed, and all of a sudden I was like awake, and I couldn't figure out why I was like suddenly like awake. Like everything was like, my heart was beating and I was sweating, and I had been like asleep. So I was laying in bed and suddenly totally awake, and I didn't have any reason for it because I had just been sleeping and everything. And then a moment later, like literally like a few seconds later, I hear a car door slam, not like slam, but shut, and you slam a door and it makes a noise. And another one happened, and I literally had this like visceral reaction of like panic. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And just like with all of, because I have dissociative problems as well, which are primarily under control, although COVID has knocked them up a notch again, which is really frustrating, and another reason I don't really like being around people anymore, because I get stressed out and my mental health issues pop up and my dissociation stuff pops up, and it's difficult enough to have dealt with my dissociative stuff when I was like in the before times when I was doing a lot better and didn't have whatever brain damage I have at this point, and heart issue and everything like that. But so I'm laying in bed, and the second door closes, and I have this visceral panic attack, and it's just like, wow, that's weird. That's really, really weird. And I've just, in my own recovery, it's been this process of like noticing things that I know are not necessarily the way that it's not normal, but reasonable to react. There's no reason to have a visceral panic attack. Oh no, I appreciate it. Thank you. I know. I go on faith that people say what they mean, and if it turns out that they don't, then, they have their reasons for it or whatever. But yeah, I know, I trust you for that. But yeah, so I just laid in bed, and it was right around the time that the bars were closing. And so I at that point I lived just a block out of like the downtown area, which is just like a 4 square block anyways. But I lived right outside of that, so people who were out to going to the bars at night would park on my street. So quite often there'd be a lot of people getting in their cars right at last call. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm definitely working on it. But yeah, so whenever I realize that I'm having some sort of a emotional or psychological reaction to something, I've learned to sort of like push into it rather than retract from it. And so in as much as that, I would, as I was laying in bed this one particular night, I realized as I'm falling asleep, I would hear another car door slam, and I would instantly be awake and panicking. And this is the first time I had realized that it was the car doors shutting. And the fact that when I was trying to go to sleep, I was waking up 20, 30, 40 times, depending on what I was, what was going on. Like if I lived with a roommate who was moving around and everything, that would do it. And it's just that is one of the triggers, where if I hear a car door shutting, or even if it's, whatever, at a distance, if I can hear it, it has that same visceral reaction. And so becoming aware of that was one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm aware of it now. And for the most part, I got it under control, but it's like, it's totally back at this point. So, you know, sometimes I'll be streaming and a car door will shut and I'll just freeze. And it sort of takes a second to be like, okay, we're fine. But it's like never feeling safe translates into not knowing what safety feels like. And so, you know, when you get triggered, it's like fight or flight instantly kicks in. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. I feel like a total imposter 90% of the time, but you know, that's just to be expected, especially imposter syndrome for people with dissociative issues is definitely a huge thing, especially since most of my dissociative stuff comes from the fact that I was expected to be a performing monkey when I was a kid, when we'd go to church, you know, minister's kid and all that sort of stuff, and I would get out of the car right after everyone was like screaming and yelling, and then have to go in and be like, hi, hello, how's everybody? So, you know, when you have that much discordant thought process in your head, kids survive by building walls, and that's what I did, and it worked. And now I just have to deal with the aftermath of it. But, you know, I mean, in a lot of ways, I know that the only reason that I am still here is because I was able to compartmentalize my brain into different sections, and I was able to protect myself in different sections. And in as much as that, it worked, you know? I mean, you can't fault mental health stuff when it works, but now it's being an adult, you know, trying to fix those. And then after within the last 2 years, having so much of it come up again and so much of it become relevant and active again, it's exhausting. But luckily I'm at a place where I can recognize it when it's happening and not stop it necessarily, but at least honor the reaction and honor the fact that it's not because I'm broken, and it's not because I'm bad, and it's not because I'm gross or any of the other stuff that people, you know, that my family told me when I was a kid. It's because I have mental health issues and they cause stuff. Do you ever feel like you want to cry about it? Oh, all the time. Yeah. Frustration tears mostly. But I've done most of my mourning. Like at this point, like I've done most of my processing as to, you know, I don't feel sad about it anymore. Mostly at this point, if I cry about it, it's because of frustration towards the fact that I'm having to deal with this shit again. And, you know, right in the before times, like right before I got sick, I felt pretty solid. Like I hadn't had much of a dissociative episode in a long time. I was no longer having the you know, the fight or flight reaction to every single time I heard a fucking car open or close. Cause like, you know, after I became aware of it, I realized it was happening constantly. Like every time I would hear a car door open or car door close, every time I would hear a door open or close, or especially if I heard a door slam for whatever reason, like, boo, 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 boo. So it's like becoming aware of it, acknowledging it, and learning to process it, but it doesn't go away. And so with the mental health stuff that's just inherent with long-term illness, it's become an issue again, which is just frustrating to all get out. You can ask me a favor. I don't know if I can do it, but you always feel free to ask. But yeah, I mean, I'm still an incredibly guarded, incredibly sort of like insular person in a lot of ways, because I've had to, like, I've been the only one protecting myself my entire life, and that's probably the last vestige of, you know, my major mental health stuff, other than the dissociative issues that have come up. And part of the PTSD diagnosis is the fact that it's very hard to trust other people. It's very hard to accept support from other people, because, especially since I was trained from an early age, that you can't depend on people, and everything that you accept in like any kind gesture you accept from other people is going to turn into either being used against you at some point, or it's going to be somehow sabotaged by the other person, you know. And so to get past that sort of stuff is, you know, I don't know if that's ever going to really go away. Not today, but sometime in the future, as you, like, would you have to talk to my daughter? No pressure, babe. I totally understand. You say no. I would be willing, potentially, to talk to her about it. Like I said, like, I'm not a professional, obviously. But, you know, I think, where do I put it? I wish I had, when I was a kid, had somebody who asked me if I was okay, and when I said, yeah, I'm fine, I'm fucking fine, you know, and like all this stuff, I wish somebody had listened. I wish somebody had been just aware. And we did, you know, and it's not that there was no, I don't know, it was very complicated, you know, and this was all happening back in the 80s, where, you know, thought process and all this sort of stuff was incredibly different. And as a, you know, a minister's kid, we lost our entire community in one fell swoop, because they all just thought my mom was some crazy bitch turning the kids against the dad in a messy divorce, and, you know, this and that and the other. And so yeah, I never really had a support system that I felt that was able to I don't think it's exactly like allow me a safe space or anything like that, but I just didn't feel like I had anything to because, you know, I've always been high functioning, and I've always enjoyed school, primarily for the fact that it got me out of my house. And so I was always like very big and active, and from a very young age I was expected to be very social and very friendly and everything. And so I got really good at it, you know, and it was partially due to the fact that I was able to just completely tune out and go into autopilot and not actually be there for any of it. But yeah, like, and it was always more difficult for my other family members, and, you know, it was always worse for them. And, you know, and it also just like middle child shit. But also because the only support systems I had were with people that I didn't really like at the time, and I didn't feel comfort from, and I didn't feel an affinity for. Yeah, it was tough. But if you did, I would be grateful. Well, you definitely would not owe me anything. I mean, obviously, if we're able to figure something out for that, I would be happy to do it. Just the request, I'll just put it out there. The request gives me a lot of anxiety, just because, like, in this sort of context, like me just yammering at the internet, because, like I said, I just feel like I'm screaming at the void while I'm on here anyways. That is definitely something that would feel like it would come with a pretty, pretty heavy emotional responsibility to be able to do that. And so I will leave it at this point to say, in theory, it's something I would be incredibly happy to do. But I would have to think about it, just simply because I would be terrified to say the wrong thing, and I would be terrified to put things wrong, or to put her in a position where she's not feeling comfortable, and as a non-professional and a whatever, but I definitely appreciate you asking, and it is definitely something that I would be honored to do. I just don't know if I'm in the mental space or in the mental space or emotional space to be able to do something that big for somebody else. And just saying it that way makes it seem very selfish, or feel very selfish. But I also need to be selfish sometimes for my own, mental health. So, I will leave it. I appreciate the request, and I will think about it seriously. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because, for me, it is such an important subject. It is never something to be taken lightly, and it is never something to be done flippantly. And so, I would take it as an honor to be able to help her out in whatever way you think it might be helpful to her. And it also would be a matter of, where she's at on it, because if she doesn't feel comfortable talking with a random stranger, obviously that wouldn't be a great thing. And if she is in, if she's in a guilt spiral or anything like that, or there's so many different emotional levels of what you go through. And for myself, I spent most of my life in the rage zone, where I'm not hugely out of that at this point, but oh my gosh, my depth perception today is awful, and I don't know why there are ants still. Jesus, go away, ants. Ugh. But yeah, I am definitely still in the rage side of it for the most part. I chuckle, just, uncomfortable laughter, not humorous laughter, where I am good for being the advocate and not taking any of the guff and saying what needs to be said and everything. But that's not necessarily what survivors need emotionally within their context, unless they're in. Yeah, talk to her about it. And if you'd like, I'd be willing to do a short video to send to you that you could show her, just to introduce myself before we talk, anything like that. But yeah, that would be something that I would leave to her discretion, because at 12, I think you said 12 or 13, that is at very least at an age where she would be able to start to make that decision herself as to what she was comfortable with and how she was feeling about things. But it is an honor to be asked, because it's one of those areas that I am incredibly passionate about, but incredibly tentative about getting involved in, primarily for the simple fact that because I'm not coming at it from a trained professional place, I'm definitely coming at it from an emotional basis. And that can be helpful to some, and it can be detrimental to others. So that would be my overall qualifier for that. But God, I just hope she's doing okay and feeling okay about stuff. Because that's rough. It's incredibly rough, and it is incredibly difficult. And even to this day, like, even to this day, I would imagine that good 50%, if not more, of the people I know and consider like good acquaintances up to friends have no idea what my childhood looked like, because I have done a lot of work on work on guilt, work on my PTSD and my dissociative stuff, a lot of work on coming to terms with a lot of shit. And so I would imagine a lot of them, if they saw this, they'd be like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what? Where did this come from? It's like, well, if it doesn't come up in conversation, it doesn't come up in conversation. It doesn't change the fact that this is the reality that we're looking at. And the more I can do to, I don't know, break down the stigma of it. Because, like, when I was a kid, I just assumed that everybody went home, and, everybody who smiled at school went home and got beat to shit. Like, I just assumed that that's how it was. Because, like, I assumed that my reality was not so far out of the norm as to be unusual, because it was the reality that I knew, and it's the reality that I had. And so I just kind of assumed, everybody is happy at school because they're at school. They're not fucking having to be at home. And then people would talk about not wanting to be at school and preferring to be at home. And I would just be like, what? What? Or that, with like a happily married mom and dad. Like, what does that mean? I think a good vibe to introduce yourself would be good. Yeah. So yeah, talk to her. Let me know. We can figure it out. But yeah, I mean, that was just the assumption that I made. And I think that the conversation that I had in that high school class, where it was suddenly like, nobody's raising their hands. Like, how, and it's a group of, I think, roughly 8 people. Like 6 to 10, roughly 8, somewhere around in there. And none of them, not only did none of them come from, not only that they hadn't experienced abuse themselves, which was like weird, but also the fact that they then didn't know anybody. And so it's just like multiple layers of like, what? I don't understand. And so since then, obviously I've discovered that more often than not, even kids who had difficult childhoods or, different growing up times didn't experience the levels of abuse and that sort of thing that I did. And so to have that understanding, and now being at a place where I accept it as it is what it is. And, and I think another one of those like big, oh, sure. Yeah, that's totally cool. That totally works. Yeah, let me know next time or next time after you have a chance to talk to her about it, and after she has time to think about it, if she needs time to think about it, because obviously it can happen whenever. But at one point I had a friend who was going to school for, at that point, I don't know if she had necessarily declared her major, but she ended up going to school for recuperative recovery for those that got into criminal activity. And she ended up like working as a counselor in prisons. And back when, we were just like, I think we were like grooming dogs together at a place. And at a certain point, because of her background, we would get into more serious conversations. And also because we smoked a lot of pot together. And so we'd have a lot more like big, deep conversations. And so I told her a lot more about my childhood than I had probably ever told anybody, because, you know, it felt like a safe situation. And it also felt like, in the long term, the information that I could share with her about my own experience would both inform and enhance her educational experience. So, and this was, you know, early 20s. No. She was in her early 20s. I was in my late 20s, possibly right in my 30s. So as we're, you know, talking about it and everything, it felt really, really productive and really, really good and really helpful to her. And it also felt very like, oh, I'll let you know, and I'll be honest about it. I won't do anything that makes me uncomfortable, and I definitely don't want to do anything that makes her uncomfortable. So yeah, we'll see how it works out. So at one point, this friend actually asked to interview me. I think she ended up interviewing me for like 2 different papers or something at some point. And so she'd like, you know, and it was just like this formal sit down where we were, thank you, I appreciate that. Where we'd sit down in my apartment and she would ask me the questions and I would give the answers, and then she'd write her psych papers for class and everything. And it was interesting at one point because I was just like, oh, I hope you're getting what you're needing, because at this point I still didn't really grasp the gap between like what I dealt with as a kid and what is like normal or, you know, average or whatever. And I really didn't have that sort of a grasp on it at that point. And at a certain point we were talking and I said something along the lines of like, well, I hope you're getting what you're needing, or I hope this is like helpful in one ways. And she laughed and she's like, oh, no. Okay. That wasn't laughing at you. And she's like, let me explain basically. And she said that, you know, based on our conversations before and based on the interviews, that she was amazed I got out of bed every morning. And I was just like, what? And she's like, no, you have the background that, like, you know, and she kind of chuckled at this one. And she's like, not that this is you, or not that this is like a thing or whatever, but she's like, but you actually have the, you know, the backstory of like serial killers and shit. I was just like, what? She's like, yeah, no, the level and the kind and the manifestations and the mental health issues that you've dealt with and all this different stuff. Like it's amazing you get out of bed in the morning. And I was just like, I think that was the first time I ever had a point of reference that was outside of actual counseling. Because I did a little bit, not too much, because I had really bad experiences with counselors when I was younger. It was the first time I had feedback from somebody who was, you know, 3 or 4 years into her like mental health degree of whatever kind she ended up getting, who was like, yeah, no, and that was both scary and affirming for me, because it was scary because it was just like, what? Like, and then add on top of that severe head injury when I was in like 4th grade or whatever. So did you know I only following 5 channels and you're one of them, and you're the one I'm the most? Aw, thank you. Yeah. Long distance hug, air hug. Yeah, and I think I've gotten to a point where I have to almost talk about it, not flippantly, but I think I've developed a way of talking about it at this point in my life that is both the fact that I've come to terms with the shit that went down. And I'm only dealing, and so I'm now no longer dealing with the guilt or this or that or whatever. I'm strictly dealing with the aftermath of the mental health issues that developed because of it. And unfortunately, complex PTSD is a fucking bitch to deal with. And on top of my, it's related to, and on top of my dissociative issues, like, I'm the kind of patient that, like, oh, I wouldn't be upset if she said no. Absolutely not. I would be absolutely and utterly fine with that. Primarily for the fact that if she says no now, it's part of her taking that power back. So, like, I'm totally fine with that. And I would just say, when you talk to her, if she does say no, to just let her know that it is good for her to make the choices that she feels comfortable with, and that it's good that she's taking care of herself, and that her no is the end of the conversation. The absolute, when she fucking says no, it is the end of the conversation. And that, but if she ever wants to open it up again, that I'm here. You know, because I think that's the biggest thing when you are abused. Your ability to say no is taken away from you, which is why a lot of the behavioral issues of survivors turn into very self-destructive ones, because we're not allowed to say no, so we learn really, really bad ways of saying yes. And so I would, not that I would encourage her to say no, but I would encourage you that if she does say no, that is the end of the conversation, that you are, that it is wonderful that she is comfortable saying no, that it is her decision 100%, but, let her know that I will be here. That's it. Oh, absolutely. But, again, that is up to her. Although I would feel more comfortable if you were there just because she is a child and you are their parent. And so for my own situation, I would feel more comfortable with that because, just all in all, I would feel more comfortable with that. But again, part of recovery is that ability to take back the power, whether it is bodily autonomy, whether it is choosing what you do in a day, whether it is, having no respected as a final thing. And I think that's what is going to be better. I mean, for me, the expectation in my childhood is that I never said no. I never, and this was in every scenario. If I was needed for something, I would make it happen. If I was asked to do something, I would just do it, because I wasn't allowed to say no. And if I had any sort of emotional reaction, I was told how selfish I was being and how silly I was being and how it wasn't a big thing, and like a lot of gaslighting and a lot of manipulation, because even though I had one primary parent who was the main abuser and had the most severe psychological issues, there was abuse coming from a lot of different angles in my childhood, in my immediate family, and I was not allowed to say no. I was not allowed to have emotional reactions to stuff. I was not allowed to be difficult at any time. And honestly, I think that in a lot of ways, especially in the long term, because even though my main abuser was out of my life when I was between 5th and 6th grade, it didn't stop. It just changed with the people who were left. And I hopefully this verbal vomit is in some way helpful to somebody, because I don't know, it's a crazy road for a kid to have to deal with, And it was my entire childhood. And I finally got free when I went to college when I was 18. And I was such a tight wound little ball of fear and rage and stubbornness and coping mechanisms and mental disorders and all this different shit that I didn't even start recognizing. Alexis, I love that name. That's a good name. I wasn't allowed to even start looking at my own shit until I was in my 20s. Because when I moved out, I thought that was going to fix it. I thought that being away from the situation, all in all, was going to help me recover. And it didn't. It just allowed some of the scabs to slough off, I'm still dealing with all of it today in very legitimate and very, I would like to say healthy ways. I would like to think that I'm doing it in a pretty straightforward, healthy way, but it's not something that goes away. And that's why I started doing one of my standard tags for my streams at this point is mental health, because of the fact that that there are like I said, I'm a very guarded, I'm a very insulated, I am a very, if codependent is one side of the spectrum, I'm on the other side. I don't want anybody to depend on me for anything unless it's a very specific thing. I don't like people in my space. I don't I prefer the company of dogs to humans. It's I'm still very, very broken. But I like to think of it as the idea of, I'm gonna get this wrong, I believe it's within the tradition of Chinese pottery. Instead of trying to put pieces back together and hide the seam, they would actually put seams back together with a gold tinted, or whatever the adhesive or whatever the glaze or whatever to put stuff together. They would do it with gold because they felt that those cracks are part of the journey, and that to try to hide them, you're doing them a disservice. You're not honoring that break that happened. And so that's how I like to think of it. Yeah, I'm still broken. I'm put together with little gold filaments or whatever. And the breaks are all there, but it's the breaks are all still there, but it's all a beautiful mess. It's all a beautiful mess that is slowly coming back together, and it is a usable vessel. And it's a worthy vessel. Just because something breaks doesn't mean that it's garbage. And I think that is something that is not something that's emphasized within the realm of mental health. Because I always get annoyed when people are, talking about mental health as though it's this yes or no, or people either have mental health issues or not, or this and that. There's it's all over the place, and everybody's experience is different, and my experience is definitely different from other people, and the way that I've reacted to it is very different from other people. And but I think I'm a good human being. I'm not always the nicest, and I'm not always great, and I have my moments, and you know, and I accept those and everything, but I think all in all I am a good person, and I think I love myself, and I feel like I love the idea of humanity, although it's kind of, that's a strained relationship. But so yeah, the most I can do at this point is present mental health in a way that is not either or, and it is not a linear path, and it is not something that, you know, justifies behavior. It's just a part of human beings in one degree or another, you know, and whether you have battle related PTSD, or you had a traumatic incident type PTSD, or if you have, like, you know, the complex PTSD, which they're recognizing more nowadays, it's a part of a lot of people for whatever reason, and to think of it as being somehow damaged or somehow less or whatever like that, I don't see that as being the case. Like, my mental health issues are what made it so that I could survive in a really fucked up situation, and the fact that I'm still dealing with the aftermath, I mean, it means that I'm dealing with an aftermath, because I wouldn't be here otherwise. Like, I was contemplating suicide before I knew what suicide was, you know, and all I can say to people in that place is that, you know, I hear you, I see you, and I can't guarantee it's gonna get better, but it's definitely not if you're not around. And if I had not developed the mental walls that I had as a kid, I wouldn't be here, you know. I wouldn't be here, because it wouldn't, I wouldn't have made it. So, you know, my PTSD at this point is like, oh, a mental health issue. It's like, no, that's what let me compartmentalize being, you know, a performing monkey in the world, and yet, you know, getting beat to shit at home, or getting, you know, manipulated and all this different shit at home. And now it's just a part of who I am. It's weird though, because, you know, like I said, most people I know wouldn't even realize that I had the depth and breadth of mental illness, you know, mental whatever you want to call it. Wouldn't realize that, because I am, you know, in the before times, I am a very outgoing person. I'm a very friendly person. I am a very intelligent, well-spoken individual. And so most people wouldn't realize that I have the struggles that I have, and wouldn't recognize the fact that I have dealt with as much as I have in my life. And I hope that by speaking about it and being open about it, you know, maybe the next time somebody reacts really weird to something, you know, the possibility of being like, huh, okay. Because for me, within my dissociative stuff, basically what would happen is, if I would start getting stressed or upset or whatever, I could just turn off and my autopilot would kick in, you know, and I wouldn't have to deal with it. I wouldn't have to deal with whatever was going on. I wouldn't have to deal with being nice when I was screaming inside, and I wouldn't have to deal with, you know, getting kicked, because I just wouldn't be there, you know. And so it worked for me. And it manifests differently as an adult, but one of my friends in particular, the one that does the deliveries for me, at one point she told me, and it freaked me out at first, but I've gotten to the point of accepting it. She can actually see when I flip. Like, she can see it. And I was just like, whoa, like, what? And she's like, and so she described it to me, and I described what it was happening on the inside, and she described what happens on the outside. And she says basically that I'll, you know, and the particular time that she first said that she noticed it, we were at trivia, and there was some conversation going on, and like somebody was joking about child abuse or some shit like that, which, you know, obviously one of my triggers and one of the moments at which I just want to, you know, say certain things, and if I don't feel safe saying certain things, that triggers the other side of it, which is dissociation. And she said there was a certain point where she could just tell I was like trying to say something but not really saying it, and then I kind of went blank for a second, and then I came back and was like all smiles and da 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 da, and I was just like, yep, that's what it is. Like I get triggered by whatever is the instigating conversation or activity, or, you know, whatever, whether I'm feeling, my biggest ones are feeling unsafe, feeling like I can't say what I need to say, or being in sexual or that kind of situation. Those are the main, not like it, just like being flirted with, like anything like that, are all triggers for me. And so having somebody who I knew, and I've known her for more than a decade at this point, like I've known her for like 15, almost 20 years, and it took her like 15 years, you know, it took her quite a while to be able to recognize it. But she says that now that she recognizes it, when she sees it happen, it's such a weird thing, because like I will just be getting quieter and quieter and inner, more inside, and then sort of glaze over for a minute, and then I'll be totally fine, and I'll be chatty again, and I'll be like, woo, live at the party again. Oh, do you think I should tell her mom that I've asked you to talk to her? Absolutely. I would prefer that, full disclosure, possibly even tell the mom first, and if she'd be interested in contacting me, I'd be willing to talk to her. And my thought is just to, you know, whatever the ultimate outcome would be to just let her know that I am willing and happy to be both a vessel and a mirror. A vessel in as much as I am willing and able to take on information and just hold it. And not, you know, and so like, but also a mirror of like, I understand, I've been there, you know, that sort of thing. So do I get bad? I don't really get panic attacks about it. In general, I don't have much of a panic attack situation. Especially, well, like I said, it's all kind of gone to pot in the last 2 years with my long COVID, because it's caused a lot of my mental health stuff to reemerge and come back out pretty heavy duty. But most of I you know, honestly, I think the reason that I don't really have an issue with panic attacks is because I learned at a very early age that I could just shut off. I don't have to be here. You know, and it's not like it's an intellectual process or anything like that. It's just once I start feeling panicked or put upon, or, you know, however you want to phrase it, once I start feeling whatever trigger happening, it's not a panic attack, it's a visceral attempt to remain present, which is a weird process in and of itself. And when I started, like, the first time I ever became aware of my dissociation, I was, my baby will not start going to school every 4 years later. Yeah. And I'm not surprised. I mean, school is no longer a safe space. Makes sense, you know? And unfortunately mine was at home, and I don't have an option to not go home. And so, if you don't feel safe in a place, you don't want to be there. I mean, that's reasonable. That's reasonable, and that's understandable. And that's not something that goes away super quickly. But yeah, back when I was, if I ever say anything to upset, please tell me. Oh, I will. That's one thing. I've gotten to a place in my world that, and it's probably why I can talk about this like openly at this point. Just the fact that, I don't judge myself on it anymore, and I don't feel stigmatized by it anymore, and I don't feel othered by it anymore. I feel like I can use whatever platform I have, whether it's, you know, screaming into the void here, or it's making videos on my YouTube channel, or it's, you know, talking one-on-one with somebody who is dealing with stuff. I don't get freaked out about it for the most part, and I don't feel put upon or anything by it, because I know I've put myself into a position where I am choosing to say yes. And for survivors, choosing to say yes in whatever context is very powerful and very empowering. And so the more I put myself into awkward and uncomfortable situations, that I feel I might even make the slightest bit of effect, positive emotional growth, like anything, even if it's just, you know, somebody's having a shitty day and they like dump on me and I'm like, okay, you know, and okay with it, and they come away feeling a little lighter, like I'm good with that, because I didn't feel like I ever had that in my life. So if I can then be that person, you know, that's the opposite of negative feelings, because I'm choosing to say yes. And I've also gotten to the point where knowing where I can choose to say yes, I can choose to say no, and if the other person has a problem with it, then we can discuss that as being their problem, you know, not that I'm doing the wrong thing saying either yes or no. Do you think you will say yes or no? You're unsure about it. At this point, I'm saying tentatively yes, to talking to her about it. If she is okay and enthusiastic and feels like she gets something out of it, if her mother is okay and enthusiastic and wants, you know, and feels like she'd get something out of it, you know, I would say tentatively I'm a yes on it. But I'm also, I think another thing for survivors in general, especially survivors of, you know, because sexual assault or, you know, childhood sexual abuse, any of that sort of thing, there's a lot of guilt and shame around when it happens when you're older, you know, and it's different guilt and shame as when you're a kid. But I think the biggest thing is understanding that the power to say yes and the power to say no are always there. They're always there. Even if I say yeah, like if I said 100% yes, I'm down, and I said no later, that would be acceptable too. And I just have to hope that other people understand that. But that's also why I've gotten to a point in my life where I will not, if I say 100% yes, I will be there, I make a plan, you know, it's a thing, it's happening, that sort of thing. I don't say yes unless I know it's a yes. I know I'm comfortable with it. I know I feel safe in saying yes. I know that you know, all of that sort of stuff, which is why I'm saying tentatively no, tentatively yes, not because I think it's going to be a no, but if any point along the way I don't feel comfortable about it, or if I'm getting feedback that makes me feel uncomfortable about it, or if she's uncomfortable about it or anything like that, a no is okay at any time along the way. And that is something that especially children who are groomed from an early age, either to, you know, to accept abuse of whatever, and you're groomed to feel like, oh, well, you said yes this other time, or you know, it was fine this other time, you know, and so you lose that autonomy of thought to change your mind. And, you know, and I honestly, if it even gets down to the point where her mom is okay with it and she is down for it, and you know, we have it scheduled and planned, and at the very last second she's not okay with it, then that no is a powerful no, because it is her in a situation, not just going along with it. So there's no point at which I am going to be hurt or upset or frustrated or even put off, because it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with my emotional reaction to it. You know, because I will not say no if I am not comfortable with it. But when it really comes down to it, it's all for her. It's all for her. It's not about you. It's not about the mom. It's not about the abuser. It's not about me. It's not about society. It's not about anything else. It is about what that child needs. And if she needs to say no, then, you know, Goddess bless her, God bless her, whatever, you know, because that in and of itself might be as psychologically beneficial to her in the long run as anything I could say to her, because it means that she was going down a path, started to feel uncomfortable, and said no. Like, that's a beautiful thing, and that is a powerful thing, and that is something that I honor without an ounce of reservation. Yeah, I would do an introduction video. Absolutely. I can just record something that says who I am, brief in, you know, and if there's anything particular you'd want in it, but yeah, just an introduction to myself, and that would be a pretty easy thing to just put together, that you could show to the mom, show to your daughter, and see what they think, because, you know, any little bit of goodness that we can do in this world, I am all for, especially with as worthless and ineffective, unactive, whatever I've been in the last few years. I've always played with the idea of getting more involved in survivor services or that sort of thing, but I've never felt emotionally you know, up to the last, like, again, the last 2 years have been a new thing, but within my 40s is the first time that I've really felt like I would be comfortable being in that sort of an environment, that sort of the situation. And it's primarily because of my dissociative issues, where if I get into a situation and dissociate, but autopilot comes on, I'm gonna say the wrong things. Like, I know I in that situation, because I immediately snap into the everything's great, everything's cool, yeah, totally. You know, not that I actually talk like that, but sort of that is the general. I don't want to make it sound like DID, because it's not, but that's generally the personality trait that takes over. The can do, everything's great, everything's positive, you know, that sort of thing, which is not necessarily the most productive in that sort of situation. And so in as much as that, I have not felt comfortable getting into those sorts of situations. But I think in this kind of a scenario, if it was something that Alexis felt like it would be beneficial to her, that something, you know, if that's a conversation she would want to have, in theory, I would absolutely be okay with that, and I would not feel like I would be putting myself in a situation where I would dissociate, because it wouldn't be, you know, because like a lot of the things that I've thought about doing would be like one-on-one working with like in situations where it is like acute recovery kind of situation, and that to me would probably be too much, especially well, I was gonna say especially with kids, but I think with any age, it would be incredibly difficult. And once again, once my mental space starts filling up, I shut off and I switch to the other level of consciousness. I don't even know what it is, because I can only explain the experience that I have within what goes on in my brain when this kind of stuff is happening. But I can't, I'm trying to avoid, other than, you know, like I was actually diagnosed with PTSD, and is complex PTSD when I was in 5th grade. And the only term that I can find to describe what happens to me is a generic, you know, I don't know how it functions within the whole thing, but it is a dissociative disorder that causes me to recede into my psyche while my body takes over and goes onto autopilot. So oh no. We would do absolutely no. And however it manifests, it would definitely be like on, I don't know, Zoom or Zoom or whatever, because this is definitely not a public conversation, and I definitely would not expect or want your daughter to be put in that situation in any way, shape, or form. That just seems counterproductive. But yeah, the first time I ever became aware of my own dissociating, because like I said, I remember maybe 10% of my childhood. I have no context as to how old I was, other than finding reference points. Like, I have memories of different soccer games, and so I know it had to be between 1st and 5th grade, and if I was a goalie, it was probably 4th or 5th grade, you know, stuff like that. So I can kind of triangulate the age that things happened, but I really don't have much of any memory. And there's multiple times, like very specific memories that I have that just cut off at a certain point. And you know, like I have those and everything, but mostly it's just these like free floating memories that I have that are just in this big empty void. But at one point when I was, oh, well, you're welcome. I hope we can work something out, and I hope everybody is comfortable with it, because if it is something that Alexis thinks that would be helpful to her, then I am honored to be able to be in a position to do that, because of the fact that, okay, excellent. Yeah, do that. Yep. And you know, again, no rush, and it doesn't have to be a one-time thing if it's something that is helpful to her. Because it, you know, I mean, mental health recovery to any degree is a difficult process, and but the earlier you can do it, the better for everybody involved. So yeah, just let me know on that. But yeah, the first time I ever became like fully aware that you know, just like with the car door slamming, it always got to a point where I would notice this is weird, and then, you know, the processing and dealing with it afterwards. But I was in a situation with one of my best friends back when I was in my early 20s, and it was a guy. And when we had first met, he was dating my best friend. And so we had developed, you know, we had just been friends, and I kind of started dating his best friend. And so it was like one of those. And then, like, but I never really got officially together with his friend. We were just like hanging out for a while. And then my best friend at the time and he were like on again, off again. and she kind of faded from my life after a time, but and his best friend moved away, but my friend and I continued to be friends, and we continued to be closer and closer friends over the years. And by the time we sort of like lost touch, I guess we're not technically out of touch at this point, but there was definitely a point at like when I had a pretty major mental breakdown after my brother passed away. Like, I held it together for about a year, and then I had a year of just like shit falling apart. Ended up living in a van with my 2 cats on the streets of Ballard for a very short period of time. But yeah, it was not a small thing. Oh yeah, I'd be fine with that. I'd be totally fine with that. That would be no problem at all. Not at all. You know, whatever Alexis would find helpful is really the big thing to me. So as little or as much, like if she wants to go into it thinking of it as a one-off and wants to, you know, continue chatting after that, like I'm fine with whatever at this point, because I have a lot of free time, so it's definitely not a time constraint scenario. So I think one of the reasons I was really comfortable with this particular individual was because even though I had sort of, wow, is my pen out of ink? Even though I had sort of had moments of like having feelings for him or whatever, it never, you know, and this was like 9 years into our friendships and our friendship and everything. So nothing ever really happened. There was never even like really any flirting or anything like that, because we had met as, you know, separate entities and gotten to be friends as that. Oh yeah, honored, absolutely. You know, I mean, if you think it would be helpful, if you think I could be helpful to her, then yeah, that's I'm definitely honored to be asked. You know, even if it doesn't work out, it's amazing to be in a position to potentially be able to help someone move forward in their life just a little bit stronger and a little bit more able, and with a few more tools and a little more context and a little more feedback and everything, especially if she's not especially if she doesn't feel safe going back to school. You know, there's a lot to be said for just having somebody who kind of gets it to talk at, you know, to get feedback from. So yeah. I mean, however she's comfortable with it, I can be okay with, generally speaking. I mean, it probably would be more, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to discuss however she would feel comfortable making it happen, basically. Because it would be for her. That's it. Be for her. so yeah, so basically we, you know, friends for years, all that sort of stuff. And then at one point I was over at his house, and I don't even remember what the context was, but I was kind of getting like flirtatious vibes suddenly, and it kind of felt out of nowhere, and I wasn't sure if it was really happening, and I was, you know, and I was starting to sort of feel that uncomfortable thing that I now recognize as my system starting to move towards dissociating. And you know, whatever the situation was, I to this day I don't know if he was actually flirting or not, or if I was like totally misreading, and that's beyond, you know, besides the point. Like I said, that's one of my triggers when you know, it was one of my triggers when someone would start to become flirtatious. I would get very uncomfortable, and I might hit autopilot. But in this one particular situation, I was both in a situation that I was feeling uncomfortable, but I was also in a situation where I was 100% comfortable, because this is like a friend of mine from the last decade, and I was getting like weird vibes, and I wasn't quite sure what was going on and everything. And so at a certain point, you know, I was like still in my head, and I could still see what was going on, and I could still hear what was going on, but I was responding to, you know, I was like speaking, I was responding to the conversation, but it wasn't me responding. Like the words coming out of my face hole did not match the thoughts going on in my head. And it literally got to a point where I was in my brain going, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, you know, and it wasn't fear exactly, because it didn't feel alien. It felt weird, and it felt strange, and I was like aware of it, and I knew I was kind of aware of it in a different way, but it didn't feel like something that was out of like the normal, you know, out of my daily life. Like, it didn't feel like something new. It just felt like I was aware of something old. And so I'm sitting there, and, you know, we're in his living room, and obviously outwardly I'm chatting and da 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 in my brain going, what the fuck? What the fuck is going, like, and it felt, I mean, for lack of a better term, it felt crazy. And at a certain point, I like, you know, when you like the pull over your head rubber mask sort of things that kind of fit onto you and have like the neck thing, and it takes a little doing to get off and on. I felt like I had mittens on, and I was just kind of trying to get this mask off, and, you know, I couldn't get it off, and I didn't have like the tools to get it off, and I didn't have the tools to move it out of the way. And I'm in this whole conversation with him, and I'm having a whole conversation, and I'm moving, and I, like, at a certain point we go and sit down on the couch, and we're still chatting. And to this day, I have no idea what the conversation was, because at a certain point, what was going on outside of me was less real than what was going on in my head. And I started to, and the outside world started getting dreamlike, and I just like, and I don't remember the rest of that day. Apparently we hung out the whole day, we watched a movie, we ended up at the bar later, like playing pool. I don't remember any of it. And so this was the first time in my entire life that I had been actively aware of my psyche receding, but also aware of the fact that my body and my mouth were still working. And it was, I think what made it feel so crazy was that it didn't feel alien. It didn't feel unusual. You know, it felt kind of like wrapping up in a blanket in a lot of ways, because the outside world got hazy and it receded. And, you know, and I just kind of, you know, drifted off. And at a certain point, the what the fuck receded too, because everything receded. And so, yeah, it's, you know, and I think the next time the same thing happened, I was able to sort of like knock that mask off and like come back into it. But even when I sort of like got control of my mouth and my body again, it was still sort of like, and now I'm a lot more able to, you know, and of course in the before times, because after the before times everything is different, but I'm able to actually recognize when that's happening. I'm actually able to feel and be present and fight against, because it is a fight sometimes. It is a freaking fight sometimes, just to remain conscious. Because, you know, that's another thing within dissociative stuff. You do it because it works. You do it because it makes you feel safe. You do it because it is the way that you've learned how to deal with a stressful, you know, a certain kind and a certain degree of stressful situation. You just shut off and it's all good, you know? And so, that was another thing that just was like super like, what? But it's now something that I just accept as part of the way that my brain works and the way that my mental health works, is the fact that if I get stressed out, you know, rather than going towards panic attack, my brain, my mind hedges towards tuning out. And since I don't want to do that anymore, it is a somewhat constant struggle at times to not. And it was a lot better before I got sick with COVID and I've been dealing with the aftermath. But it's, you know, it's what I know, and it's how my brain has learned how to function. So, you know, that's the thing about mental health. Like 90% of mental health stuff is because you don't know how to deal with something, and your brain figures out a way to deal with it. And so the more actively you're able to deal with traumas, the more you're actively able to deal with, you know, conflict or yelling or, you know, whatever the triggers for each person is. It's always, you know, it's different for different people, although there are definite patterns of how things go because abuse follows, you know, general patterns. But the more you're able to deal with it, the more you're able to look at it, the more you're able to know that you have the right to say yes, you have the right to say no, that it is going to be honored and appreciated and listened to and heard, the less your brain finds the need to develop these boundaries, and the less your brain is required to compensate for, you know, whatever is going on externally to make the internal conflict. And, you know, in as much as, you know, childhood abuse and everything, that's a huge one because you are never taught the way to correctly process, internalize any of that sort of stuff. So you get to a point where your brain figures out how to keep you alive, and then in later life, when you're actually emotionally capable and intellectually capable and all the stuff to deal with stuff, suddenly those coping mechanisms start falling away, and that can be fucking dramatic. You know, or it's breaking them down because, like, my mental disorders or mental illness or thinking patterns or behavioral, you know, however they're qualified or quantified or whatever, they still work. So training myself out of them is a complicated process, and I've just accepted that I have dissociative issues, and it's something that I'm probably going to be dealing with the rest of my life. Can I? If you want to say, I'm sorry, Coco, I don't understand the last statement. If you want to say, if I want to say what? Oh, because if you think that, yeah, if you think that if you think that I hold knowledge or compassion or whatever, for whatever reason you feel that my talking to your daughter might in the long run in any way, shape, or form help her, yeah, I mean that's an honor. That is just, the idea of it is an honor, because of the fact that as much as you love her, you think that I would be a positive element for her at this point, and that is an honor. That is an honor. And over the years, I've had a lot of people who have never been able to talk about their mental health stuff or their abuse stuff or whatever, and then the way that I talk about it is not flippant, but it's also not heavy, and I cry sometimes, especially when I'm talking about, whatever. I can cry from frustration, or I can cry from rage, or, anything like that, but the fact that I feel honored anytime somebody is feels like anything I have to say might be beneficial to them, and I have gotten to a place where I am okay talking about this in, and this is one venue, but like I've said, I've talked in person, and to me, the greatest honor is somebody saying, you might benefit somebody else's life. And that's it. That is it. So yeah, that is why I said that. Because it's a difficult place to be as a parent, trying to find resources for a kid, and I myself was I was put into individual therapy once, or like the only time that I was willing to go, because I fought against it absolutely every time. Like we did family counseling and stuff like that, but the only time I was put into a counseling situation was with somebody that had no fucking idea what they were dealing with. To avoid the mental health issues that I had, it would have been like massive therapy throughout middle school, high school, into college, that sort of thing. Back when it could have been, potentially more directly helped in my early life. But she was talking to me about, well, what do you do? Da, 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 da. And it's like, woman, I don't feel safe here. Like, I've never felt safe in my entire life. And so I did my classic, like, everything's fine. And I would drop, pictures and da da da. And it did absolutely nothing for me. And I think she knew that she was out of her depth pretty quickly. And I just stopped going to that. And I've not really ever been back to psychological realm, just because, you know, I don't trust people, and I do not, up until however long ago, I did not feel necessarily comfortable being in that situation. And with the number of times that we were in unfortunate counseling situations that turned out poorly, either for, you know, one of my family members or for, you know, family counseling or whatever, I didn't feel that it was somewhere that I would get much from, because, I mean, the main thing is that you need to at least feel safe enough that you can open up and actually get into issues. But I was raised that, you know, it's going to turn out badly. It's going to be used against you. It's going to be brought up in the next argument, you know, and so I never felt comfortable opening up. I never felt comfortable talking to people that were supposed to help me. So I wouldn't. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. And that's the big thing about it. Like, I appreciate the fact that you believe that I might be helpful in some way to her. But yeah, if it's not something she's comfortable with, or if it's not something that she is interested in, it's not going to be helpful to her. You know, it's not going to be a situation that is beneficial to her. Just like, you know, the couple of times that I've tried to be in counseling, it's not beneficial to me because I don't trust people to not use information against me. Like, I'm better now. I mean, everything I say as, you know, definitive statements are, you know, on a sliding scale from, you know, being completely out of my head back when I was in my 20s to a little bit better in my 30s, and finally in my 40s kind of being not okay, but okay with everything, you know, and willing to be open about stuff, and willing to put myself out there into a situation of somebody being like, you're lying. It's like, okay. I mean, that says more about your own. If somebody came at me and said, you're lying, you're making it all up, blah, 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 I'd be like, okay, well, this says more about your own history or your own emotional development or something. Because it's like, I have no motivation to lie. It's not like I'm you know, making money off of it or anything, or getting clout off or anything. It's just, you know, and it's not even something that I necessarily bring up myself in stream. I just have it as a permanent tag on my stream because it comes up often enough within my own situation. You know, if nothing else in a stream, I'm going to be talking about the mental health of the last week as related to long-term illness and that sort of thing. So, random question: do you wear high heels? I own high heels, but I barely wear shoes at this point because I never leave the house, and when I do leave the house, it is to go and clean somebody else's house, so it's tennis shoes. Plus, super random, but along with within my childhood, I wasn't taken to the doctor all that much, and at one point I got a piece of glass in my foot, and it was a tiny little shard in my heel that didn't even realize it was there until it came out like 10 years ago. And so my entire, like, my right leg, my foot doesn't sit like this. It's like at a weird angle because the glass was basically right here, and so I don't walk very well in heels. I own some, I wear them on occasion, but for the most part I go with flats. I have a couple of kitten heels, but mostly I wear flats. I do, when I dress up, I like to wear heels, but I don't dress up anymore, so I don't need them anymore. I didn't finish your face up here. But yeah, I love dressing up. I've always loved dressing up. I'm looking forward to streaming around Halloween time because I will be making my costume and doing Halloween decorations because I love fabricating my job. No, I don't believe so. I do not believe so. Interested if you would like to share. My random ass jobs in the before times were primarily cleaning houses and making epic cakes. Now it's primarily dog sitting for income. Because that is kind of the only thing I can do at this point. Which kind of sucks, but that's why I'm here so much. Because I can physically do it without my heart going insane and without my neurological stuff being an issue. Because for the most part, I just don't worry about it. Clue after 3 guesses. Okay, so 3 guesses. Well, you're outgoing. So I'm going to go with either a server or a bartender. Possibly restaurant, but I'm seeing more towards like pub. Just because that would be more fun. Guess number 2. Like working in a library or something like that, because I have a couple of librarian friends and they're both like, actually all 3 of them are like funny and well-spoken, and they went into the library arts because it is a very specific sort of niche of a job. So yeah, I'm gonna go with server or bartender in a pub, working in a library, or possibly working at a makeup counter, because I know you've talked about makeup a lot. So so like a shop girl in a makeup counter. Those are my 3 guesses. Okay, I don't know if they're totally off or not, but just randomly, those are what I'm going to go with. Guess 1 is a server or bartender at a pub. Second one is some sort of work in a library. Okay, all 3 wrong. Am I totally off? I'm probably like totally off. All right, well, those are my 3 guesses, though. Do I get the correct answer now? Oh, very cool. Very nice. So you're an entrepreneur. What kind of an entrepreneur, if you want to share any more specific? No, I get a clue? Okay. What is my clue? I generally tend to work on myself as well. Although most of the recent jobs that I've had that were like working for other people are so random. I've been a receptionist and scheduler at a spa. I was a dishwasher into a sweets baker at a restaurant. Oh, I get a clue every 3 guesses. Okay. So you own your own business. Let's see. All right, if it's like a service business, I would say either an MUA. Again, just back to the multiple conversations about makeup. You might just love makeup, but that's a general clue that I have. So I'm gonna go with an MUA, like independent. which is basically just number 3, only on the self-employed side of it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, because some of the things that are independent jobs over here might not be independent jobs over there. But one of the ones that it just kind of pops out of nowhere is one of the jobs here that is a like a self business that is a medical transcriptionist. I don't even know if that's something that's over in the UK, but it's basically like either for the medical field or for other things that's like data entry or like a medical on the medical side here. It's that like you get medical reports or whatever and you enter them in the computer as an independent contractor for businesses. So that's my second one, independent data entry for some sort of another business, but it's like independent or for other businesses, but it is a self like employment sort of situation. I mean, and I'm just basing it off of the fact that you asked me if I wear heels. I'm wondering if you do some sort of a costuming kind of job. If you either like do custom work or you make shoes or wigs or something for either theater or for, like we've talked about drag before, or if like that thing, like you make or create custom shoes for performances or something like that. Okay, those are my next 3 guesses. Either a independent MUA, a like data entry or like medical transcriptionist. It involves tall people. Well, that could still be the making high heels for people. It involves tall people in particular. People in particular. Wow, that one's going to take a minute to think on. Let's see. Possibly, let's see. What do tall people need that other people don't? Like, if they're exceptionally tall, then possibly some sort of physical therapy or recuperative therapy after an injury or something. No, that's too vague and doesn't make any sense. Maybe doing like clothing alteration for tall people, where you're taking clothing and like altering it to adjust for tall people. What else? I'm just trying to think of independent businesses that involve tall people. So yeah, either altering or creating custom clothing for tall people. That would be my first guess. I'm just saying that one over and over again because I can't think of what else would be for tall people. Oh, or maybe it's a job that tall people have. You manage tall people. Okay, so jobs that have tall people. It's either, I mean, the specific stuff for tall people would either be some sort of performance, some sort of sport. So I'm going to go with either you manage like basketball players or you manage drag queens. Would that involves tall people? I don't know. I think I'm working my way further and further away from the answer, and then instead of closer and closer to it's not sport. Okay, it's not sport. Sally Kate, how are you? I'm playing a guessing game right now. I'm trying to figure out what Coco does for a living, and I am failing miserably. My first guesses were either a librarian, a makeup counter service person, or a I remember what the third one is, but I've not been able to do it very effectively. How are you doing, darling? I'm gonna keep trying though. I'm too stubborn to not try to figure it out. Oh my goodness, what could it be? Let's see. What are the tall people that need management? Good, just stopping by. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be back at 9 o'clock tonight to do a game stream because I am on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and I am enjoying the hell out of that. So good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I will be, I'm actually getting pretty close to finishing up here, but I have to guess what the job is. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that it was drag. But I guessed that, and I did not get a yes for managing. Well, I guess I didn't say drag queens in particular, but I said managing performers, and so is that close? That'd be a fun job. Yeah, because you said that you almost made it on to Drag Race at one point, so that would actually make a lot of sense. Yeah, it's gonna be a little late. I know. It's like trying to know the times of it where everybody's at. It's like it's either really late or really early or right on time. It's like the three bears in here. Well, it's managing tall people. And so I'm trying to think of any jobs outside of that that are specifically tall people. It's not sport related. So I was like, maybe managing like basketball players or something, because that is a tall person profession. But I guess for drag, I mean, there's not really a height requirement there. So it's not your day job? Okay. Too bad not the same hours as me. Yeah, I know. It is what it is at this point, but it's always good to see on Wednesdays. I think on Wednesdays you can see at least part of the game live. Cameras are used. Tall people. Is it like management for cam work? Is that what it is? Cameras are used. Like trying to stretch my brain to think of jobs at this point. Apparently I'm not very good at guessing. That is apparently not my forte today. I think I know, but okay. Okay, managing tall people. Cameras. And all the tall people I know that are in any kind of work with cameras are all boom mic operators. Let's see. Okay, I need to come up with one more guess so that I can get another hint. So let's go with oh, then you're both gonna know. Okay, managing, it's an independent business, managing tall people, and it has to do with cameras. So, yeah, I'm guessing it's either maybe drag specific cam work or, or else, is there like I know that there's like TV shows for lots of different things. So is it like some sort of because in Oregon there was actually, I don't think it's going on anymore, but in Oregon they had like The Big Life of Little People or something, and it was, oh, Kate is very close. Okay, cool. So it's not unguessable. But yeah, there was a television show because for some reason in my area there is a like statistically high number of little people, which I guess is I believe is the proper term nowadays. And so there was actually a couple of reality shows based around them. And so is it like somehow a reality show about a very tall person or something? You manage it though. I'm just talking myself in circles at this point. Let me think. Why do I have the feeling I'm going to feel like a complete dolt when I finally figure it out? Yay! Well, good job, Kate. I'm glad you were able to figure it out. Now I'm feeling like, what am I missing? Okay, okay, but that was okay, so that was the third guess. So I get another hint now, right? I made 3 guesses after the last one that cameras are used. Oh wait, no. Yeah, cameras are used. I guessed either a boom mic operators, you like manage boom mic operators, which is really not a valid guess, but it's a guess I'm going with so I can get another hint. That it's some sort of a of like tall people or possibly drag queen related cam work. You think it's simple? Oh my god. Oh, that's what I was worried about. That it's like I'm literally gonna be like, oh yeah, of course, and I'm going into like all these obscure areas because that's well, I mean, I started out with librarian or okay, yeah, Allison, give me a hint. I'm struggling. I am struggling, and I don't know why. Because I mean, you heard 3 things, and you were just like, oh yeah, it's this. Okay, yeah, whenever you're ready to give me a hint. Oh my god. I can't even blame like neurological issues today because it's not. Oh, you manage models. You like you manage models? Do you manage like runway models or print models or something like that? How did I not get there? Especially since like I have 3 different creators on YouTube that I watch that all watch American Next Top Model and like rip it to shreds back in the day when models were like chunks of meat. Well, that is so cool. Oh my goodness. Yeah, tall people, cameras. I was of course thinking video cameras because that's where my brain goes. But yeah, clicky cameras, tall people. That sounds like so much fun. Oh my gosh. And yes, that was very simple, and I don't know why my brain did not go there, but my brain did not go there. What an interesting career. How did you start doing that? How did you get into that? That is an incredibly... That must be just like fun, basically. Yeah. That should have not been as difficult because your hints, like, absolutely in hindsight make total sense. You got, like, almost right away. You're just like, oh, yeah, this. Oh, my goodness. Brain fart. You know what it is? It's that I need a snack. That is what I need. I need a snack. Oh, very cool. Rawr. Oh, how neat. That is super cool. Yeah, one thing, I don't know if you're familiar with really, really, really shitty American reality TV shows from the early aughts, but from your grandma. Oh, the same grandma you visited this weekend. Very cool. Wow, she must. I mean, if that must have been going for a while. That is so cool. But yeah, there's a horrible, horrible reality TV show. I think it lasted a season or two or whatever. Called oh god, what's her name? Can I play Word with Friend? The app I use. I play Word with. There you go. I know. Oh my goodness. The Janice Dickinson Modeling Agency. Like, it's the primer in like how not to deal with other human beings, and it would be basically probably doing model management. You're only small, yeah. Well, that's probably the best way to do it, because once you get large, you know they become much more of a commodity rather than a rather than being clients, or I mean however they're titled within the agency. The bigger you get, the less personalized it seems. So that actually is probably pretty nice and everything. But yeah, the some of the conversations they have in that reality TV show are just like, well, if you're not willing to get naked at a moment's notice, then you don't deserve to be here. And, like this different stuff. It's just like, they're still human beings. Stop. Why are you doing that? Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for the hints. I eventually got there. I'm not claiming that I was very efficient, effective, or yeah, that was when I mean, the hints were legit. I should have guessed that earlier. 4 girls are on books. Yeah, nice. What an interesting job. Is it mostly do you specialize in any particular kind, like runway or print or anything like that, or is that even a thing, to have like specialized agencies, or like do you have specialized, I don't know exactly how that would work. I had one friend who tried to get into modeling at one point, and she was already like, and this was back in the heroin chic days of, the late 90s and early 2000s. She was trying to get into modeling because, she was like scouted at a mall kind of scenario, but all she kept hearing from them is, yeah, you need to lose like 15 to 20 pounds. Cause when she would do this all the way, she would get the ridge. And this girl was unhealthily skinny already. So luckily she decided to go and not go in that direction. Soon to be 5 girls. Nice. Very nice. Wow. That must be such an interesting way to, just like an interesting job. And like always different, because you're dealing with different scenarios all the time and everything. Very cool. Very cool. Thanks, Grandma. Well, she must be a stylish old bird then. Is that offensive to say? I don't know. I find it is an endearing thing to call a fabulous old lady an old bird, but it might be insulting. So if that's insulting, I'll take it back. But yeah. Not something that is good. Luckily, for the most part, at least, they've gotten past the heroin chic thing, even though, toxic body positivity is now a thing. But I just go with body acceptance. It's like, this is what my body does, and this is what my body looks like. And that's what your body looks like, and that's what your body does. Perfect. Yeah. The daughter of one of my current girls. Only you know. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the nice thing about it. Like, back in the day, the expectation was to be rail thin And also another thing that I found that is really different between the expectation of modeling today and the modeling back then was the fact that it seems like, to me, nowadays, a lot more of the modeling has to do with really interesting graphics and really bold statements and everything, whereas everything back in, especially the early 2000s was like sex, 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 sex. Everything had to be sexy. Everything had to be, everything was about the male gaze. Everything was about, that sort of thing. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, yeah, some women are naturally rail thin, but a lot of women are also encouraged their entire life to develop eating disorders and then claim to be naturally that thin. So as the more stigma that can be sort of like hammered down on that, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and when I was back up until I was in 5th grade, I was a total jock. I weighed 50 pounds soaking wet. There are, then that, that's probably also part of the fact, or part of the reason that a lot of people thought that I was a little boy, because I was rail thin and had always had short hair. And then I hit 5th grade and started getting male attention, which made me incredibly uncomfortable. And again, like any trauma survivor, the ability to say yes can manifest in really self-damaging ways. And one of the things that I could do is I could make myself as unattractive as possible. And so I spent basically between 5th grade and, high school time period doing everything I could to always make myself as unattractive as possible. And the first thing I came up with was gaining weight. And so I developed a eating disorder in 5th grade, trying to distort and make my body as disgusting as possible because I didn't want to deal with male attention at all. And it didn't work, though it helped. And now I'm at the point in my life where I just I'm, in the before times I was incredibly active. But yeah, I like food. I like good food. I love bacon burgers and I love alcohol and, all that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, I'm never going to be rail thin. But at 45, I'm not going to be rail thin anyways. Under any circumstance, any circumstance. But I also don't want to be and don't need to be. Although I say this sort of with a smile on my face, because my current protocol for dealing with my long COVID, I'm specifically oh, but I wanted to be. I always wanted to be. I wanted to be as ugly as possible. I wanted to be as I up until maybe 10-15 years ago, I probably stopped putting a lot of effort into being as ugly as possible in around college because it wasn't working anymore. I was still getting hit on at the bars all the time and that sort of thing. So thank you. I'm symmetrical. I mean, that's pretty much. And I fall under the Eurocentric standards of attractiveness, and I'm symmetrical. So that, yeah. I didn't have anything to do with it. My face just grew how it did. I got kicked in the face enough as a kid when I was playing sports and everything that I should have a nose that goes like that. But yeah, I was never comfortable with that sort of attention, and I did everything I could to stop it. And at a certain point, I realized I wasn't going to be able to stop it. And so I just kind of got, well, as comfortable as I could, but also my dissociative stuff was helping out with that amazingly a lot. So going to get to have fun with the RCT stream I'll watch tomorrow night. Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping by, Allie. And good guess. Like, you nailed that answer like that. And I was so lost in the whole thing. The whole thing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, the protocol that I'm on right now to try to deal with my long COVID, because one of the things that's coming out is the viral persistence, and there's two major places that there might be significant viral persistence that won't work its way out naturally over time. And also that it's markedly problematic is that viral persistence can be in the digestive system as well as in stored fatty tissue. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I will, if I have any questions, I will definitely ask. Cannot think of anything right off. But yeah, the protocols that I'm going with right now are to try and knock down the residual fat content in my system right now, to try to knock off as much of the viral persistence in that tissue as possible till it's down to a level that no longer is causing issues. And so it's going to be an interesting change. Hello, Techno Fuzzy, how you doing? You're back just as I'm about to finish for this stream, because I need a snack. It is definitely snack time, and it's all your fault because you were talking about macaroni and cheese and food and stuff earlier. Oh, don't feel bad about it. I vicariously eat through other people, because most of the stuff we talk about eating is stuff that I can't really eat, or I shouldn't really eat, because it causes all kinds of issues in my system. So I definitely enjoy talking about food a lot. I always enjoy a lot of food conversation, primarily for the fact that I miss cooking a lot. Like I've always loved cooking. I've always enjoyed cooking. And because there's such a... Do I need a new brain? Sometimes. there is evidence of viral persistence potentially in cerebral fluid, but there's potential of viral persistence in any part of the body. But within 7 years, your body replaces everything down, every cell within 7 to 10 years. So everything is going to be new within 7 to 10 years. So if there's viral persistence there, in theory, that's why you generally will get better from something like this in 7 to 10 years. But the two areas that is not true for is fatty tissue, because fatty tissue is not replaced. Once it develops, it stays, and it is what it is. And so in order to deal with that, you have to reduce the viral load within the fatty tissue, which is why part of the reason that I'm on such a restrictive diet, to try to kick that out of my system. And then it also in the gut, because it's not within a cellular structure that can be replaced, is another area that artificially moving, and clearing up that biosystem. And you have a biosystem in your mouth, you have a biosystem in your throat to gut, or to stomach, and then your intestines, and that sort of area is a third biome, yeah. And so I know it took me so long to guess the answer, and I don't know why. Like, it totally makes sense. Your clues were like dead on. Exactly. As soon as Ali mentioned the high fashion, that's what obviously made it click. But it was like, yeah, I was kind of going all over the board, being super. I guess I didn't even. Yeah. It took me so long to get it. Oh my god. Yep, that's I'm impressed with myself on that one. I got there eventually, but yeah, it was definitely not the impressive answer guessing game that I was hoping in any way, shape, or form. Oh my god. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. I admit it. I cannot guess to save my life. That was it. That was it. Yeah, and it makes total sense because you were asking about the high heels beforehand. Yeah, my favorite pair of heels that I have are the ones that I bought for my 40th birthday because I rented out this they have like a outside area to the restaurant that I used to work at. Yeah. Cameras. I rented out that space and I set up a casino night, and I did it like totally like prohibition style. Everybody had to dress up like all glammed up and everything. But instead of having like poker or whatever set up, I set up multiple tables with like retro games. So we had a table of Hungry Hungry Hippo, and we had a table of Chutes and Ladders, and I have a Rock'em Sock'em Robot, and all that sort of thing. And so I specifically bought these heels for that night. And they are fabulous. They're like 4-inch stiletto heels, and the entire things are jeweled in like iridescent diamondy looking things. And yeah, they're freaking fabulous, and I look forward to someday being back in a situation where I would have some sort of a justification to wear heels like that, because they have been hanging on the wall. Well, I have a rack thing that they go in, so I would say I did. Also, I had purple hair at that point, which was really fun. I spent the day, so I was the front desk. I was the front desk, like receptionist, etc., at 2 different spas at different times. And one that I worked at, I actually worked at on my 40th birthday. And so to treat myself, I had scheduled like a full spa day. I went in, I got a sugar scrub and a massage, and like I like did the whole, like I did basically every service that they offered at this particular spa. And then after that, I had an appointment with my friend who owns a salon, and so I got all just like scrubbed and rubbed and polished and everything. And then I went and got my hair cut and everything, then got dressed up. And yeah, I had a full length, very 40s style looking dress that was just, purple and fabulous and matched my hair. And I had this big hair thing that I had made that had like feathers and a big flower and all that. Just got super dressed up and everything. It was so much fun. It was such a fun night. And, yeah, reason to wear heels. You just wear them. Yeah. Unfortunately, I would say I'm about back to the point where I would be willing to wear them, but for a long time there, when my heart would start to go funny, or just out of the blue, I have pretty severe dizzy spells, and there have been quite a few times over the last couple years that I've just been walking and fallen over, or I will stand up too quickly and I'll fall over. I'll sit down too quickly and I'll fall over, whatever, because between my heart and my neurology, like, shit's just fucked. And I was never great at walking in heels at the best of times. So, I generally need an excuse to wear them because they never stay on the full night anyways. I ended up going into the bar barefoot, like holding my shoes, and it was my birthday, so they let me get away with it, but they're like, we're gonna hunt you down if any from OSHA shows up, and, or whatever like that. But it's like, I can't walk in these heels anymore. I can't do it. Yeah. Oh, I can totally get that. And I actually, when I started in my professional life, right after I got out of college, I worked at at an office, and I was hired to be the assistant to the head designer there. I didn't realize that I was actually hired as their replacement. And so I felt like I needed to be professional. And that's the only time, like, I was there for about a year and a half before, like, the the whole office was a very, very unhealthy situation. Like there was some very, very manipulative stuff going on there. So wasn't there very long, but I felt like I needed to dress professionally. And that's the only time in my life that I regularly wore like a suit or a suit adjacent type outfit. And then I got into the habit of wearing heels. But honestly, I think the only reason it worked for me because I would like walk to my car, drive there, walk into the office, and then be sitting all day at my computer working on, you know, whatever promotions or whatever was going on at the time. So yeah, that heels have never been my friend. I possibly just need more practice, but the first time I ever put on heels was for a dance in high school. I think it was like freshman year Tolo or something. It was like the first pair of high heels I ever bought, and I was like totally feeling it, and they were like black velvet, you know, whatever, you know, it was the early 90s at that point, so I'm sure they were atrocious and had a velvet bow on them or something. But I put on my whole outfit and I was showing my mom, and she said I looked like a... God, what did it... The feedback was not positive. I felt very self-conscious after that point, and didn't wear them all that much after then. But like I said, put a lot of effort into being as unattractive as possible for quite a few years in my life. So never really got the whatever sense memory or the muscle memory of wearing start wearing around the house. Yeah. I have a hard time taking myself seriously in heels. Just because, yeah. The initial comments really stuck with me as to what I looked like in heels, and probably need to do a little more work on getting past that. But no, I enjoy doing heels at times, but with everything, probably not too much of an issue in the near future. Yeah, 2 to 3 inch heels. I have some sandals that I really like to wear that are like kitten heels that are like the 1.5 inches. And I think those are about as high as I would want to go up at this point with my balance and dizzy spells, just because of the potential of injuring myself. Like I've injured myself falling in like normal shoes in the last 2 years. So it's more of a safety issue at this point, all in all. But in the long term, it's definitely something that will work its way back into my life as soon as I have a life again. Not an issue right now, as I do not have much of a life. And I never, like, there's no feet on stream, so it's not an issue that I need to worry about at this point. But yeah, it's funny for the fact that at this point I only wear, I have like 2 to 3 pairs of shoes that I wear 90% of the time. Because 2 of them are ones that one is for cleaning houses, one is for in the garden, and one is for like going out and about. And the ones that are for going out and about are just like leather flats that they look kind of like Mary Jane's without the straps. So they're like, I guess the style is ballerina slipper, but they have an ample kind of chunky sole to them. So those I can get around in just fine. You could just wear them while sitting to get used to the feel. Yeah. I've never, like, I love dressing in costumes, but I've never been much for like dressing up. Even when I go out to like makeup wise, generally, like, I have never done like the contouring or the highlighting or anything like that. I think I own Cover Up, but even when I never wear it. I think I bought that one because I was doing a photo shoot for something like 5 years ago, so I'm sure it's not even good anymore. Generally speaking, I'll only wear eyeliner, maybe eyeshadow, mascara, and lipstick. And that's like me dressing up. Just never been a huge thing. Never been a huge thing. Especially with the fact that, well, and especially with the heels thing at this point, because part of the issue that I'm dealing with is blood pooling. Because with my heart damage, it's not strong enough anymore to do proper circulation, and so when I sit down for a long period of time and then stand up, like my blood starts pooling at my feet and ankles, and so I have a lot of swelling issues and that, so I wear compression socks a lot. So although compression socks and heels would probably work together. Not out of the realm of possible. Not out of the realm of possible. Alright, what time are we? Oh my gosh, it's almost 7 o'clock. Woo! I did not realize it was getting that late. And I'm going to get so thrown off in the next few months with the light changing at this point. Because I think sunset is at like 7:30 at this point. And so I'm used to being dark by the time I end stream for the first stream. Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah. Yeah. About the conversation. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Yep. Very cool. I'm gonna have to like start watching the clock. I used to do the timing by when it would get dark, but now it's almost 7 o'clock and it's completely still light outside. So point of reference is no longer there. Although I'm happy to be getting towards summer. That is definitely necessary at this point. Excellent. Cool. I agree with the mum. I do indeed. All right, I think I am going to finish up this little area, possibly not the whole panel. But yeah, I think at about 7 I should call it good for the night, because I need to go have a snack and a little nap so that I am, what? I want to say bushy-eyed, but I'm not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Okay, excellent, excellent. Very nice. Yeah, and if they're both good with it, I'll put together a little intro video that I could send to you that you can share with both of them, and then we can move on from there, as to you know, how it can work out for the conversation. Like I said, if everything works out and everybody's comfortable with it, I am totally down to figure out a plan for that. Because, you know, anything I can do to help. Well, I guess in the last 10 minutes I should get a little bit more of this done, if not the whole thing done. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, this is the point of year I start getting totally disoriented by the sun, because I'm so used to it being like dark outside by 5 or 6 o'clock that it's almost 7 right now is totally like, I've looked at all the different clocks I have in front of me and they all say almost 7 o'clock, so I guess that's it, unless I miss like daylight savings time or something. But I think all the clocks I have are automatic adjustment on my computer and on my phone, so yeah, legit, it's 6:50. Crazy, today's gone so fast. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. It always makes it a fun afternoon. Although I do not have a hard time filling up hours of just me yakking, it definitely goes faster and more enjoyably if I have others to yak with on whatever subject comes up. she thinks an intro video is a good idea. Yeah. And also, if she's interested in, like, if watching this stream would be helpful, if she's on Twitch at all, like, she'd be able to see the whole genesis of the idea. So if that's something that you would like to point her in the direction of as well, that would be cool, because this is going to be up for 14 days from here through. I don't know if that's something she'd be interested in, but it's another way if she, because I want everyone to feel like it's going to be beneficial. I want everyone to feel that it is going to be a good conversation, and this definitely is I have no problem. I never have. Give me a subject, especially if it's a subject that I either am passionate about, or like I can talk about animal care, dogs in particular, for hours, gardening for hours, any of my, because I within how my brain works, info dumps are definitely like my love language, and the best way for me to bond and interact and get to know people is just like, oh, and did you know this? Oh, and did you know this? And like trivia info dump stuff is just the way that I've always been, and I love discussing stuff and sharing opinions and going over stuff like that. So yeah, that's definitely the way that I go. And from almost the beginning of starting this, I've like I said, I was kind of felt like I was screaming into the void, because regardless or not if anybody was watching, or watching after the fact or anything like that, it always just felt like this weird, like, hello. And I just got into the habit of either coming ready with a topic when I started streaming, or like for my Wednesdays, doing the face paint and a flick, so that I have a subject to reflect on, or I have a topic to talk about, so that if there's not anybody who's actively chatting, that I still have something to discuss or go on about, primarily just for the fact that I'm gonna do it anyways, because that's just how I function. When I'm around just dogs, I'm talking constantly too. I don't know if I should admit that, but yeah, like whenever the cat's in here, or whenever I'm dog sitting or whatever, it's like I talk to them all the time, and probably if neighbors overheard me, they'd think I was a lunatic, but it's like, it's not like I expect them to talk back or anything. I think that might be where the problem would be, but we're outside, and I'm like, oh, what do you see over there? Oh, what are we gonna do over here? Okay, let's go over here now. So, and probably a lot of it is nervous talking, just because I don't know, when I sit here quietly, I don't know, it strikes me as being kind of awkward, but I don't know how it comes off. But that's why I also have to have the music going all the time, because I don't like silence. I have a fan going at night because I don't like silence. Yeah, either I'm going to be talking or singing. Those are the two options, pretty much. It's either going to be going off on some subject or another, or it's going to be singing something or another. But that's why I have in my channel reward stuff, I've been doing all of the, like, figuring out all the affiliate stuff, and one of the things is, like the different channel rewards and everything. And one of the things I put in for that was, or two of the things are, either I have a playlist of karaoke songs that I like, and so one of them is choosing a song from that to do karaoke on, and the other is like any random song karaoke, either doing random song or just choosing a random song. Yep. I think it's also from years of working retail. It's like I'm just used to the constant stream of dialogue going on. Oh, she's got serious grumpo face on now, girl. Oh, she's mad. She went from All right. Good. I'm glad. I got the facial expression progression the way that I wanted it to be on here. Awesome. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not going to be offended by any sort of reaction that she has, you know, because this is kind of out of left field. So I totally respect whatever decision that she makes, and I'm not going to be offended I one way or the other. I just hope that she understands that I am a open ear, a caring heart, and an addled brain that is happy to be available, and if that is something that she feels that she would want at this point. And that's all I can do. That's all I can do at this point, is just be open to the possibilities at this point. But I'm happy that her mom is open to the possibility. That seems really sweet, and if it is something that she wants to proceed with, then we can proceed with figuring out the logistics of it. All right, we are down to about 2 minutes to 7, so I'm going to do a little bit of quick business as I continue drawing. I will be back in 2 hours. Same, different bat time, same bat channel, for playing another level of Roller Coaster Tycoon. And I will be doing whatever the 4th level of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is. And then I will be back on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that will be Face Paint and a Flick, where I watch a movie or TV show and paint my face inspired by whatever I am watching. You will not be back. Totally understandable. I think just being here for these ones is kind of pushing it pretty late. So I do appreciate your being here. Which scenario is tonight? I don't actually know. It's the one right after prison. And I was pretty exhausted after I finished that one. So I don't really know. It's the 4th one. It's 3 a.m. Oh my goodness. Thank you for being here, Coco. I appreciate it. I know it is always late for you, so whenever you show up, I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I look forward to I look forward to hearing what Alexis has to say about it, and what her mom has to say about it, and seeing what we can do, because, you know, like I said, if I can be a resourcer, if I can be a resource, then it is my honor to be so if we can work it out. So yeah, let me know. Get some sleep. Do some good work for those model ladies tomorrow. And yeah, thank you as always for being here. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you like the scenery. It takes me 2+ years to get good. Yeah, I have not, in as much as what I've been playing, all of the levels that I've done have just been all about, you know, getting the park rating to whatever point. None of it's been like very intensive, like decorating. And so that seems like a future skill I'm going to need to perfect at some point. But now that I have RCT2 up and running, I am going to be able to potentially participate in some of the scenery contests and whatnot. So I'll have to, I'll definitely have to up my game in that. But as it stands right now, I do a lot of plunk and play. Lots of plunk and play, right? All right, I'm gonna call this good for tonight because I need a snack and I need to take a nap before I get back. Yeah, it's almost exactly 2 hours from now. All right, Coco, have a great night. Yeah, I am going to go ahead and call it now. So sleep well. I will see you next time. Yes, we will switch off into that screen. Actually, let's do that one so we can have this there. That is our page for the day. There's a little more detailing I need to do right here and a little bit more down here, but we are gonna call it good for tonight because my hand is cramping and my stomach is growling. So I am going to call it there. Thank you so much for joining me for the drawing bit of the day. That will end the crafting part. Like I said, I'll be back in 2 hours to do the next level of Roller Coaster Tycoon. Not sure of the level, but it is the 4th level. So whatever that is, I will check before I start just so I get the title on the stream title right. But yeah. Thank you so much for joining me. I've had another wonderful afternoon. I appreciate it so much. And now it is time for a nap and a snack and all of that. So this is Crafty Kiki Apocalypse. I am Kiki. Welcome to my apocalypse where shit always breaks, but we fix it in the most beautiful way. So we're going to call it good for now. Thank you again. And may the Schwartz be with you.